give her opening remarks.
Thank you, our hostess, the Region A Chair person. Thank you for welcoming us in your area. And I also welcome all our participants. I don't want to call you guests because this is your thing, but welcome. I also welcome in a special way the governor and his gracious lady. I wish we can welcome them with a clap. They made the journey and we are here before 7. So welcome and thank you a lot. And all the other dignitaries and officers in your own rights, but protocol will be observed maybe later on. For now, allow me to open or welcome you to this workshop officially. Indeed, it's a different kind of workshop because we are combining a seminar. That's why we have those presentations as take home. But we also, as membership chairpersons, I think this is the very first time we are focusing on us and our role in the club. And of course, later on, we are going to be seeing what are we expected to do, in particular reference to the new voices, where we have family, and also we have new voices as new voices. I'll be talking about these targets, but also if you have the expanded program, I've written about it at the end so that we can also not only hear about it here, but we continue, we go back with it as we go with the tasks. This is also a workshop where we expect to have the preliminary stages maybe towards a strategic direction for our new voices as an office of the global membership team. So our strategic direction certainly will tell us where are we going to focus. But Lions International already told us that we must focus on 4 areas of its work. That is the membership area, and that's where we have the targets. Leadership, because we cannot achieve without leaders and without us getting into the leadership positions. Service, we join Lions as in order to serve, and that is our motto as Lions. And of course, marketing, because whatever good thing we do, whatever activity we do, we want to let it out there in the public so that first they know what Lions do, but also secondly, that we can attract more hands to come and join us in this very important task of serving humanity. I will not take a lot of time. We are very privileged to have amidst us our global membership team coordinator for the district. That is Ryan, Dr. Elizabeth Nansubuga, who is going to give us, as you see on the program, the highlights of the global membership team, and of course the strategy for this year, which is the district governors year 2024-2025. So with those welcome remarks, feel at home. We are here for a full day. We have the eats, we have the drinks, we have water, we have the stationery. In case we didn't populate all the tables, because we also don't want to be wasteful. But in case you don't have where to write, you don't have what to write with, you don't have a bottle of water, and you don't have a program, certainly you inform us. Ryan Charity is certainly hosting us, and so from time to time she'll be getting up to tell us what is happening next. But we also have Ryan Elizabeth Kasoro, who is actually managing the program. together with us and with me. And at this point, so that I don't forget later on, and also that you should know who are the organizers, can I request the new voices where you are to stand up? We have Ryan Irene at the registration table. Yes, Ryan Kasoro is here. We have, okay, so far there are 2 who have reached, including us. Now we are 4. But you'll be seeing many of us with the red tags here, so that we have a lot of energy to take you through the day. Thank you very much. Ryan Charity.
Thank you very much, Professor, our captain. I had not established protocol because I expected more members to come, but I think let's do with it as they come. They will introduce themselves when they are going to present. Our district governor in the house tonight, we have the first vice district governor, Lion Tush Naturinda. You stand and they see you. She's a progressive Melvin Jones Fellow. We also have our second vice district governor will be joining us. He's not here yet, but he'll be joining us. Lion John Chikanu, progressive Melvin Jones Fellow. In our midst also we have the cabinet secretary, Lion Julius Tumhimbise, intending progressive Melvin Jones Fellow. We also have our cabinet treasurer, Lion Margaret Nshemerirwe. We also have our district administrator, Lion Dr. Kasoro. We have our global membership team coordinator, Lion Elizabeth Kasoro, Lion Dr. Elizabeth Nansubuga. Stand and they see you. Most of us. Of course, we have our GMT code, our membership and new voices captain. We also will be having our GOT coordinator, Lion Ntangare John Bosco, who will be joining us later. We have the region chair, who is a midst you, happens to be myself. We have our past council chairperson, who is one of our moderators today, Lion Robert Munanura, progressive Melvin Jones Fellow. We have district officers, cabinet officers in the house. They'll be joining us. So as we move, when they come in, we shall be introducing them so that we get to know who we are. Otherwise, you're very welcome. And right now, we will have Dr. Elizabeth Nansubuga, who is our presenter this morning. I need to, not to warn, but remind our presenters and our moderators and our panel of discussants that we need to try and keep time. Our program manager, Lion Elizabeth Kasolo, will be warning us. So when you're 5 minutes to the end of your time allocated, she'll be warning you. She'll be raising something to show you still have a few minutes to move. So when you see her behind there raising her paper, then you're reminded that time is running out. So, Lion Dr. Elizabeth. Dr. Elizabeth Nansubuga is a demographer. She holds a Doctor's of Philosophy in Demography, Population Studies, and is a faculty at the Faculty of Makerere University, Uganda. Dr. Elizabeth is a charter member of Lions Club of Makerere that she joined in July 2018. She's an MJF, a Melvin Jones Fellow, and on the journey of being a progressive Melvin Jones Fellow. So this year, I think she's finishing. She's a graduate of several key Lions trainings, like Regional Lions Leadership Institute Advanced Lions Leadership Institute, and Faculty Development Institute. She has been club president of Lions Club of Makerere. She has been a zone chairperson, region chairperson, cabinet secretary, and right now she's the GMT, Global Membership Team Coordinator for District 411B. Lion Dr. Nansubuga is passionate about impactful service activities and has won several awards at club, district, and international level. Lion Dr. Elizabeth accepted the 1.5 mission challenge, and she's ready to make a mark with DG's Lionistic Year 2024-2025. Fellow Lions, let's welcome Lion Dr. Nansubuga to come and address us.
Good morning. Lion Elizabeth, I think I have 10 minutes. As GMT coordinator, but also as a new voice, I am honored to be here and to through the GMT goals for the year. And these are majorly under the mission 1.5, where we want 600 members, 15 clubs, positive growth or net growth, and also reducing the back door. What is mission 1.5? Many of us took a pledge. Lions International needs 1.5 million lions by July 1st, 2027. We are currently at 1.34 or 1.37 million lions. We need to make our mark, as the international president says, make your mark. So what will be our mark? We are going to look at the targets that we have. These have been consolidated in what we now call the Lusaka Summit, which happened 2 weeks ago, between 20th and 22nd, and those are the leaders from the Anglophone region, specifically from multiple districts. You can see the leaders, both District 411B and at multiple level. In the DG handbook, we had 8 clubs. These have since been stretched to 15 clubs. 15 clubs, 600 members, a net growth of 600 members. Is this achievable? Can we achieve this? DG, it's only a few people saying yes. New voices, can we achieve this? Yes. So basically I will take you through the goals that we have and the actions that we are taking and what is it that the new voices can do. Some of these have been superseded, but as a leader in this room, you're required to at least recruit 3 lions. Recruit 3 lions, and the deadline is 30th September. I don't know how many the cabinet secretary has so far recruited. As a top officer, by 30th December, we need 3 lions. Lion Tush, 3 lions. I think for Lion Tush, we can put 6. So we need, if you are a leader at any level, whether at club level, at district, zone, region, Lion Charity, we need 3, at least to sponsor 3 lions, to lead by example. We have mapped out different clubs. There are clubs that, there are WhatsApp groups that we have started for the 15 clubs. And how are we going to get the 15 clubs? We need to identify 30 hotspots. I think the slogan is get 30 hotspots, focus on 10. Or focus, we can now say focus on 15, but at least for each club, identify 30 areas and then have a focus. What are the potential areas where we can have these? And the focus In line with what the DG has continuously said, we can make these clubs in the whole country, but majorly in Kampala. Census results were released. Kampala has a population of 2.5 million. So from 2.5 million, we can easily get 300 members. 2.5 million getting only 300 members can give us these clubs. So we can look at the different areas in Kampala. Some of these have been mapped out. Ntinda, Kisasi, Gayaza, Manyanga, I think this club DG will start before the end of this month. We plan to hold our first meeting on Independence Day. I think Mulago is also in advanced stages. So for all the different areas, if you have been identified, we need to kickstart these efforts so that we actualize most of these clubs by end of December. Identified areas, quality clubs, New Voices is one of them. My purpose and goal of being here today is if we can start, we as the people who are here, if we can start the New Voices group today, the WhatsApp group, and it requires all of us to at least bring a member. We can have this club within 2 months. We need a Voices club this year. Leo Lions, Lion Bear Hunger. We need a Leo Lion club. DG is here and he's one of the people we've earmarked to start that club. Thank you for being present. Want to increase, we have priority clubs, Kasangati and Zambia, all those clubs that have less than 15 members. We have not given them heavy targets. We've only given them targets that if they are 15 members, can they get the 5+1? Can they get 6 members? So for all the priority clubs, their target is not to get 10 members. Their target is to get only 20 members or 21 members. So if you're region chair or zone chair and you have a priority club, that is the target that we have for those particular clubs. Train clubs on Mission 1.5, we have Mission 1.5 ambassadors. We have done several trainings, the Saturday trainings. This is part of the training to create awareness about the 1.5 mission, but also to share recruitment techniques. We expect trainings at zone and region level. Planning and membership drive for New Voices. Thank you, Professor Mercy. This is one of them, and we hope to start the club. There will be recognition at international level, but also at district level. For all the persons, Lion leaders and Lions who will have sponsored at least 3 Lions, they will be awarded at the second cabinet meeting. Clubs that will have a net positive growth of 10 will also be awarded. We already have 5 of those clubs. Clubs that have sponsored at least 1 new club, it is none yet. Then we shall also add the 1.5 clubs, 1.5 mission clubs. We have the extension teams. I think there are several ambassadors, the PDGs. Most of you are Mission 1.5 ambassadors, and we are relying on you. Meetings for guiding lions for all these 15 clubs. We have identified people, but you might also be called upon as a guiding lion. By December, we are going to conduct midterm performance. These are the clubs, Mbarara and Tungamo, Kampala East, Jinja, Bushenyi, that have so far, they have a net growth. There are clubs that have more than 10, but it is negative. They have dropped more people. What's the strategy? Understanding Mission 1.5, lead by example. As a new voice, recruit a new voice. As a lion leader, recruit other members or even start a club. Be accountable and also take action, whether it is taking part in the training at club level, zone and region level. I've talked about the awards. You can scan to get more information about Lionism. Be part of the challenge. I already asked this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Elizabeth. Let's give her another round of applause. And I believe those targets are achievable, and we shall make it because we accepted the challenge. I would like to recognize the presence of Mr. Lion Dianabo Gilvas, who is our key speaker today. We have Dr. Dr. Alenyo Rose. I want us, no, you stand and they see you. They are coming over, but let's know that at least our people are behind, around. We have Lion Ada Kabarunji. I think I've not seen her yet. She must be on her way from Ntungamo. Leo Wilson Byaruhanga. I think we also have other speakers. We shall be introducing them as time goes on. But right now, without more wasting time, we are going to invite our district governor to come and officially open this seminar. Those claps are not enough.
Thank you, Tema. Protocols has been established. You are all welcome here. A good morning to you. As a governor, I have a lot to speak, but I try and finish in the 5 minutes that are given to me. First of all, I want to appreciate everyone for being here, and I appreciate very sincerely our seniors and guest speakers. Gentlemen and ladies, thank you so much for giving us your time to be here. This week marks 90 days since we came to office as your leaders in this district. As we celebrate this, I want to request you, all of you as leaders, that we reflect on the International President theme, which says, make your mark. And we reflect on it and say, have we really made a mark as leaders? If we have not yet, there is still time. Let's go back and make our mark. I will talk a little about the New Voices program. This New Voices program started actually longer than people know. It started in 1917 when a lady known as Helen Keller became outstanding on impacting Lions' work by challenging them to become Knights of the Blind. And for 100 years, we have actually tried to be Knights of the Blind. However, a number of our past leaders, say, to be frank, men, leaders of that time, downplayed this initiative. And for such a long time, there has been a black spot in Lionism about the issue of ladies, actually over 60 years. Until 1987, when Lions International decided to lift the veil or padlock and initiated or allowed ladies to become lions. This is a black spot in our life. And on behalf of men here and those who have led in the past, I want to plead guilty. Luckily, when this was over, and we did it ahead of many other social service organizations, we have not looked back. We have done a lot. Since that time, we have had international presidents who are ladies. We have had district governors who are ladies. Cabinet secretaries, district officers, and others. And we also have them in this time. If time allowed, I would introduce them. The New Voices program, though founded with ladies as the core program since 2017, is generously extended to bring on board other new voices in communities. those people in our communities with credentials that allow them to become lions can also be allowed to become new voices. In short, those voices that are not yet in our ears but can become lions out there are welcome to become lions under this ticket. Look at your communities when you go back and you identify these voices and bring them on board. These can be pensioners, these can be veterans, musicians, and such people who can vibrate our clubs. Bring them on board. There is a saying that charity begins at home, and it is valid to us. And we need to tap into this to grow our membership, Mission 1.5. And this is the family membership program. Family is a very important and great institution in the life of humanity. And this workshop here is about family and new voices. And many serious organizations have tapped into the family system, the strong family system, to grow themselves or to grow clientele and loyalty. And therefore, as Lions, we need to look at this very critically and see how we grow, how we bring it to grow our membership, especially in line with the Mission 1.5. We are aware that religions, schools, and other institutions thrive on family and family decisions to enlist membership, and at that do good social enterprises. We therefore need to build on it to build our enterprises. At this juncture, I want to congratulate Lion Professor Massey and the team for their visionary and action field leadership and organizing this very important workshop. Professor Massey, where are you? Please stand up for recognition. And your team of New Voices. These ladies have worked very, very tirelessly to bring this workshop to reality, and they have done a lot of consultations, and they have mobilized resources and invitations. Thank you so much once again. I now want to shed a light on Mission 1.5. As the GMT coordinator told you, 2 weeks ago we met in Lusaka with most of the senior leaders in the English-speaking Africa, and we were at least 6 from this district. And in this meeting, the district goals were stretched. We are actually required to have 900 new members. Because what the GMT talked about, 600 plus the 300 that will come out of the new clubs. That's how we shall be able to grow by a net of 600 members. So the goals are stretched. And therefore, I expect in this workshop, I want to beg for an opportunity to give guidance on the resolutions that I expect out of this workshop. At least you meet a number of them. Kindly focus attention on membership growth, that we all know by the time we go back that our mission, Mission 1.5 is our key result area, actually the main key result area for our year. That you know that all Lions and all clubs have a duty to recruit new members. Our GMT coordinator has already shed light on that. And I want to give you a stretch target of new voices that you work to achieve at least 300 new voices through the traditional membership recruitment system and the family and spouses system. And at that, you can start a new voices only club. I am happy the GMT has already shed light on that. And therefore, in that regard, come out with strategies for raising the women to men ratio in our district from 40% to at least 50%. At 40% participants, we are doing well, but not well enough. Let it be at least 50%. That you make visibility and marketing key to every club member and every club leadership. That you build zeal for knowledge of where, when, and how to recruit new members in this workshop. That you prepare our membership for rewards and awards. And this week I'm traveling to northern Uganda through Hoima, and I'll be loaded with prizes on spot for those who recruit at least one member. That you integrate Mission 1.5 in every aspect of our work, be it service, be it training, be it leadership. Mission 1.5 must come out and be apparent. That you perceive Mission 1.5 as a task full of opportunities, not challenges. If time allowed, we would discuss those benefits. They are there. That you make member retention a game changer in the growth of numbers. We can recruit, but without retention, we shall decline. That you improve the knowledge of Lions processes. We are doing that already every morning on Saturday, but attendance is low. Try to attend. That partnerships are going to be critical in our work, so build partnerships. Partnerships are going to be critical going forward. Even to get any grant, you are going to require a matching fund. And without partnerships, it will be quite stretching for you. That service through livelihood opportunity creation can empower people to actually become lions. With those, if you met at least a quarter, I will be appreciative. And I want you to enjoy and share your presence here with each other, share phones, make friends, and enjoy your day here. And I want to close by saying that I wish you all fruitful deliberations, and to tell you that we say together, beginning with me, we care, we share, we serve. For those who have not met me, I am Lion Benon Katate, and I welcome especially all those membership chairs from upcountry. Professor Massey, this is probably the first time we ever had such a meeting that engages them into a meaningful activity. We expect them to recruit when they are not empowered. Thank you for doing that for us. With those remarks, thank you.
Thank you very much, our district governor. Have you come with the goodies? We may go with some before you go to the north. So those who are accepting the challenge, we shouldn't leave the goodies. The people from West Nile and region, they may finish them, so let's take them from here. We are now going to listen to our keynote speaker, Ranjirvas Ndianabo. Ranjirvas Ndianabo has a very, very big CV, but a very small one as of now. Because if we start to expand it, we may be here until next week. Ranjirvas Ndianabo is a Deputy Managing Director and Company Secretary for New Vision. He joined Lionism in 1999, and he belongs to Lions Club of Kampala Central. He has served the mighty, the largest, the biggest in 411, a multiple district 411, I'm told, as of today. He has served as a club treasurer, club secretary, club president, was zone chairperson, region chairperson, cabinet treasurer, district GLT coordinator, and he's a trained leader. He has attended the Faculty Development Institute, and he's a progressive Melvin Jones Fellow. Ranjirvas Ndianabo, you're very welcome to address this congregation. And on a lighter note, he's my Mulamu.
Thank you, my Muramu. District Governor, fellow Lions, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a beautiful day. I have 20 minutes. I will use it maximally. I've been asked to talk about a very interesting topic. Something about focus. Focus. Now, it says the power of focus, cultivating your niche in humanitarian service. I will twist it slightly. I will talk about the power of transformational focus. Focus, we can't invite all the lions from the whole of Uganda and talk about focus casually, because focus transforms. Not just cosmetic changes, but transformational focus. I will only talk lightly about how to cultivate a niche in humanitarian service. I want to talk about total transformation for the whole person. Personal transformation, professional transformation, the entire being. Fellow Lions, I set two objectives, very similar. I would like us to talk about, to look at a deeper analysis of focus. A deeper understanding of the whole concept of focus and its crucial role in personal and professional success. I am introducing another word, success. What do you understand by success? We'll talk a bit about that. And then we can look at some practical strategies and techniques in how you cultivate and maintain that focus. And how you maintain it in our daily lives and leadership roles. Because it's very easy to be distracted. This world is now more destructive than ever before. The last time I was talking about something else, I talked about how the human concentration the span has been reducing. We know the distractions. We are all interconnected. And how do you move away from all that distraction? Now, quickly, before I even ask those questions, every one of us can look back. Go back to your days in primary school. Look at the people you sat with, the people you lived with, the people in your class. Don't worry about the grades, the ones you performed better than, or those who performed better than you. You know all that. Or simply go back 20 years ago. Look at the people you are with. Where are they in relation to where you are? And I'm not talking about the physical place. I'm talking about success. Are you the same? I want to assume no. That's not how nature works. So why are some people more successful than others? Why? You live in a similar environment. We are all endowed with very powerful brains. Very, extremely. God created us with very powerful abilities. When Dr. Elizabeth was talking about, are we able to achieve this? The yes, we can wasn't coming out as much as it did. And the moment, I delve that a bit, the moment you don't believe that you will achieve it, dead on arrival. As they say, if you say I can, you are right. And if you say I can't, you are also right. Because the moment you say I can, you take all the steps that are necessary because you believe in yourself and you will achieve it. When you say I can't, you give up. And of course, you will not achieve it. So that's the transformational power of focus I'm looking for. But I want to ask those questions actually. You yourself, are there things you would like to have and you haven't achieved? Anybody who has achieved everything they wanted to achieve? Marketeers categorize us in different. They have the A group, the B, C1, C2, D, and E. Of course, no lion is in E or D. Those are the, in Uganda they call them abawejere. Now, nobody here is in those groups. But I don't know how many of us are in A. Now, they use concepts of income, the way they categorize them. They use income, they use education, they use occupation, and they use lifestyle. So those are the things that will propel you to the next level. So when you have the highest income, the highest education, in terms of occupation, you are entrepreneur, you are chief executive chairman, and your social and your lifestyle, of course, will tell the people when you want to go out, you go to the top most places. When you travel business class. So that would be the A group. Now, and they go as you go down. Now, who doesn't want to go to the next class? Who doesn't want to attain more income? Who doesn't want to attain more education? Even when you have a PhD, I'm sure you would like to have more knowledge, not so? So who doesn't? I see no hand. So I didn't coerce you into submission. But let me ask the questions. Why aren't you in the next level? What is stopping you from achieving that? What is stopping you? I want to list some things very quickly. Somebody come and help me, and we write some of these here. Just mention them. Stand up and say whatever. What is stopping you from achieving that? Why aren't you doubling your income? Why aren't you achieving the next education? If you have a bachelor's degree, what's stopping you from getting a master's? Unless, of course, you don't want it. What's stopping you? Let's say them quickly. Anything? Yes, Dr. Elizabeth. Procrastination. Now, this one has, okay. Yes, what is stopping you? Yes, Dr. Kasol. Fear of the unknown. Yes, Annette. Economic situation. No money. I have no money. Of course, one of these is how do you get more money? I have no capital. What else? What else is stopping you? Why aren't you doubling your income? Why? Negative mindset. Now, I wasn't expecting these answers, but the reason I wasn't expecting, I wanted the basic ones, but you have gone ahead and started with the solution. Yes, Lion Governor. Focusing on too many things. And his spouse wanted to say the same thing. You can see when people live together, they think alike. Did you want to say anything more? Or that's exactly what you wanted? Lack of focus. Focusing on too many things. Now, we know that the ladies, I may have time to talk about it. We know that the ladies have the power of multitasking. Not so. Unlike us men. They can see so many things around them. For us men, we have tunnel vision. We just look ahead. Even the socks around you, you can't see them. The women, even physically, they can see more. But be careful. Will you be efficient in multitasking? That's the question. Now, the elements here of economic situation, do you want to lose weight? I don't have time. Those are excuses. Absolutely excuses. It is rationalization. Somebody says, we had a case in our mindset. We do a lot of programs on mindset. And one person, a practical case, a driver, somebody said, do you like driving other people? Why don't you also want to be driven? And he was angry. You think I don't want to be driven like you? Because the person was telling him, you think I don't want? Recently I was talking to major seminarians, deacons in my church. And one of them was angry. He says, I don't even like listening to people like you. You come and tell us that I started with 10,000 shillings. Now I own this world, and you only steal man and come and... No. But it's good to get angry. If If you don't get angry, you relax. Somehow you resign. You get comfortable with the status quo. You need to get angry, but you only need to get angry because you know you have better abilities and that it is through that mindset that will change. All these are excuses. It's okay, Ryan, Julius, you can see it. Now, think about the people you had. When you say, I don't have money, are you the only one in the world who didn't have money? And there are people who didn't have even as much as you have that have transformed themselves. How different are they? Were they created differently? So all the excuses, please break the chains. Everything that you think stops you from achieving that is an excuse. There is that concept of I will do it someday. You can read about, people have written about someday. Someday will not come, it is now. There is nothing that you should keep and continue procrastination. This is, you keep saying, I will do it. No way. The late Archbishop Nkoyoyo, those who know him, he used to say in Uganda that chobo okora, chikore mangu. If you must do it now, do it immediately. That's the way to live. All those things, think about it. Everything that you would like to do, is that 5 minutes? Did I have 20 minutes? Have I done 15? Oh, 10 only. So I thought, okay. So I need another only 10 minutes. You can imagine. So let me dash quickly. But for me, that is the message, even if I stopped here. That is the message. Now, the only problem is that even somebody help me with the, it's coming. Okay, please help and we go back to the, so what we need is that focus. Now, before you focus, you must have a purpose in life, even if I leave the slides. Before you focus, you must have a purpose in life. Everyone was created for a purpose. Unless you know your basic purpose, you will not have a goal. You will just float in society, and when you float, the wind will take you anywhere. Imagine you are on a river and you are a balloon, the current will take you anywhere. So you will know you have no way of measuring success. And what does success mean to you? When you have a purpose in life, you will achieve what we call human flourishing. Please read a lot about human flourishing. It is a measure of the focus. It is a measure of your beliefs. It is a measure of how you form your character. And everything that you do in this world, mind about your character. You must mind your strength. You must mind the virtues. Otherwise, you will have a problem. So I will dash quickly through these. Some of these concepts. Now, what makes us fail is generally, we want to take the path of least resistance. I mean, you wake up in the morning, and that factor, the experience factor. I mean, you wake up in the morning, it's nice this is a Saturday. You can relax, you have a bit of money, you can go to a club, you have some money, you have attained some money. That is a problem. And what that would mean is that you are not thinking long term. Successful people have big goals, they think long term. If you don't think long term, you will attain your 10 million shillings and there are needs around you. Very many needs. You can use it properly. You have your 20 million, you buy your car. Now that car is not even an asset. It is a liability. Instead of using that money to buy an asset, you are buying a liability because you are thinking short term. Now, self-mastery, self-discipline. When I talk about discipline, I'm not talking about good manners. You need the good manners, good behavior. But discipline is that you've set up something to do, and you stick to it. And the formula is that you develop habits. Think of your bad habits and eliminate them. Think of good habits. Somebody has written a book. I don't know if any of you has read the book, Atomic Habits. Atomic. And he uses the word atomic to mean very small, but also the power of, the atomic energy in that, the power. Very small habits. Something like you say that for me, every day when I wake up, I will drink a glass of warm water. You do it for those small habits because you've been told that it is important. You do it and do it and do it. Small habits. You say, I work in a building that is on the second floor, that every time I'm going to my office, I will do the steps rather than the lift. And you do it, and over time, it becomes part of you. You don't even know that the lift exists. Those small habits, if you can, look for the book, Atomic Habits. I know that it exists in Uganda, Aristoc, and other places. That gives you those small habits. Now, limits of human attention. I talked about multitasking. Please, it's good to multitask, but think of the tasks when they are unrelated. You are very unlikely to achieve good goals. So I run through this, and we say while our brains are capable of multitasking, there are significant limitations to our ability to focus on multiple tasks simultaneously. I know women can be cooking, attending to the baby, and watching TV at the same time. For us men, even when you are driving and there is music, you get distracted. We would like to concentrate on one thing. There's been a focus in the airline industry trying to get more women to become pilots. Of course, when you go back to the way our brain, I don't want to go deep into that. There are doctors here, lest I make mistakes. But women are not focused very much in that area. Who has read the book, Why Men Don't Listen and Women Can't Read Maps? Who has read that book? It will tell you why there are very few women pilots. But now there is a focus on that. And the example given is that there was a man pilot. This is practical. This is real. Now, there was some light on the dashboard of the plane. And he was fixed on making sure that you get rid of this light. You know, those lights that come on for a fault. But the crew told him that we are running on fuel. He just brushed them off. He's the pilot, the co-pilot, the technical team. They're saying, we are running short of fuel. We need to run at the nearest. He was, hold on. He wasn't even hearing. He almost killed everyone because he was focusing on the right. And yet the best thing was, we can't multitask. But even the women who multitask, please, if there are complex situations, you get cognitive load. You can read about these concepts. Task switching can cause a problem, and you get interference. You are looking at many things at the same time, so you cannot focus. Context switching is when you have unsimilar. You can do that when things are similar, you can, but when not. Now, we said to improve focus and productivity, prioritize and I add sequence. So you get your goal. Now let's be more practical. You have your goal. For example, I have a goal, a main goal to be rich. Of course, because of your personal goal, you are not becoming rich for the sake of being rich. It is not an end, it is a means. Otherwise, you'll get all the money and you remain miserable. So, you know the things that you need to do, both in the short term and in the long term. And then you begin to focus on them, and you have multiple tasks. Prioritize and say, this is the most important. Normally, if it costs you less but has more impact, then you begin with that. You say these are the priorities and you sequence them. I will begin with this, and then this, and then this. That's the best way to do it. And if they are complex tasks, break them into smaller, manageable tasks. In cultivating focus, it is to set clear goals. We even say SMART goals. You can define them, you can set something that is achievable, but when we say achievable, do not set mediocre goals. Others are driving cars. For you, your goal is to ride a bicycle. Absolutely not. No one is destined for those small things. The small things that we focus on is in the brain. You need to unlock that brain, and that's why we have a workshop like this one, so that you get it out of your brain. Don't say our family was like this, my father couldn't afford this, therefore I can't. No way. I don't have capital. Capital in Latin, it just means head. So when you say I don't have capital, you are actually saying I don't have a head. So kindly do not tell people that the reason I'm not doing big business is because I don't have capital. You have it here. It's above your shoulders. Yeah, I've already said break down large complex tasks. You need an environment for focusing. Minimize distractions. And we know the distractions. We know them, not so. Every evening you want to be with the boys. It's okay to be with the boys, but say, I will be with the boys on Friday evening only once a week, and practice that. Purposeful living. Nobody said, do not have leisure. No, leisure is good. But if it is every day, that's a big distraction. You see everything is on WhatsApp, and you are in WhatsApp all the time. That's a serious distraction. You can give yourself a break and say every day between 8 and lunchtime, I will only do my WhatsApp for only 30 minutes. And after that, I go back to my work. Practice that, and it works. The world is not going to end because you are not looking at your WhatsApp group. And when you get there, you go to TikTok. Before you know it, you have a task to achieve, and you are distracted. There are very many interesting things there. Then you look at your watch, time has gone. Just practice self-discipline. Practice mindfulness and meditation. You need to take regular breaks. Practically every day, you need a break. Something like every week, just set it and say, I need this break. Nobody performs regularly without breaks. So now I want to introduce small concepts like this. Now, don't worry about the Eisenhower matrix. This matrix is when you have the tasks, our everyday tasks, they are urgent things, they are not urgent ones. The important ones are not important ones. Of course, they are scales. Now, in this matrix, where should an effective human being spend most of their time? By show of hands, I know nobody should say this, where you have not important and not urgent, and not important. We will check between these three. So, if you think we should spend most of our time in not important, sorry, I had already put this, but don't worry. Who says we should spend most of our time in not important and urgent things? 0. Who says we should spend most of our time on urgent and important things? Your hands up. The hands are a bit like this, but I would assume I have seen. Who says we should spend most of our time in important and not urgent things? The hands? Yes, that's why I said I shouldn't have put this. But the natural way to react is that we should spend most of our time in important and urgent things. If you are spending a lot of your time in important and urgent things, it simply means you are not planning. If your wedding comes up in here that it is important and urgent, it means you didn't plan for it. Not so. The important things, you will know them in good time. Plan them, and your life will be more meaningful if you plan for your important things. Of course, there will be some emergencies. There can be an accident. But those are rare, rare things. So your time, your important things should be planned for, and therefore, this is how you do it. Now, the trick here is in planning for your important things, but the second biggest trick is that the things that are not important and not urgent, they clutter your life. Please avoid them. You find yourselves, somebody is calling you, they are suggesting things, you find them on the way. Please categorize your things, you'll find a meaningful life. You cannot solve everything. Look at the important ones and spend most of your energy on them. And that takes me to the next one. In our life, sorry, I hope you can see this. There is the circle of concern and the circle of influence. Now, there are so many things around us that we worry so much about, but we have nothing we can do about them. You worry to the core. You spend sleepless nights, but there is not much you can do about them. Please, spend more time on the circle of influence, not the circle of concern. The circle of influence are those things that you can influence, the things that you can change. I can worry that that it may rain in the afternoon. Yeah, it's a concern, and I can carry an umbrella. But I should not be worried, now it is raining, what can I do? You are not going to change the rain. It will rain as it wishes, not so. Of course, there will be things that you say, I can participate in, but Dr. Elizabeth, you may not like the Vice Chancellor, but you say when the time comes for voting and those things, but don't spend sleepless nights on the fact that the Vice Chancellor is not the one you had preferred. Not so. Spend your time, prioritize the things that you have control over. This is a key concept in your life, very key. Otherwise, we worry too much about things that we are not going to change. Now, of course, we need to talk about, our topic included a niche, but I want to talk about personal focus, the one that will transform your life. Now, in terms of creating a niche, even when we do humanitarian activity, we live in a world of overwhelming needs. So it's important that we look at our community and we look for the things that we know that will have greater impact. List them and then focus on one at a time. We don't have enough resources to work on 10, 20 things at the same time. But even if you did, you lose the power of focus. So, fellow Lions, consider your skills and resources and passions. Of course, we need to do the things we are passionate about. And then focus on a few things. And always remember that when we specialize, when we focus on a few things, particularly one or two at a time, it leads us to greater impact, rather than spreading the resources and our own influence. Now, basically, the second right slide is to go back to the things we've talked about and summarize them here. The thing I haven't put here is that you should have your own personal focus, the purpose for which you live. And we could have time to talk about how do you know your purpose in life. There are many ways of finding that out. But at least the fact that you are a lion means that you have found that your personal life can't be purely personal. You live as part of the greater community. Set goals. if you don't have goals, you will be anywhere and you'll be lost. And we're talking about big goals. As they say, if your goal, if your dream doesn't scare you, then it's a mediocre goal. Remember that. Think big. If somebody else has done it, you can do it. And think long term. Short term things will lead you to failure. You are happy to take a loan, you don't even know how you'll pay it back. 1 year later, trouble comes. So build good habits and break the bad ones. It's a key component of discipline. This is how you discipline yourself. When you're talking about self-discipline, we are talking about those little habits. Take one at a time. Believe in yourself. This is the power of the mindset. The entire concept of mindset is that you are responsible for your destiny. And every one of us chooses where to be, and once you concentrate on it, you get there. When Barack Obama said, "Yes, we can," it was not just a slogan. It entered into the psyche of his followers, and they moved with all the energy, and they achieved it, where he had been written off. So believe in yourself. Now, the concept of relationships is important. Is that off? Is that 20? It's over. So mind relationships. Of course, don't look for 100 relationships. Also, focus there is important. Form character, we had talked about it. And lastly, ladies and fellow lions, winners focus on action. Losers focus on excuses. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Lion Gilvas Ndianabo. Another round of applause, please. Okay, thank you very much. We are progressing well, and I see more members coming in. You really have missed a lot, but there is more to come. I want to take this opportunity to thank you, District Governor, for allowing us to have this seminar as our chief host. We don't take it for granted. Our GLT coordinator, District GLT coordinator, while you were away, we welcomed you, but we can welcome you again. Lion John Bosco Ntangare is our district GLT coordinator and the multiple district treasurer. So we are very honored to have you here. This is part of his scorecard. So for him today, he has scored, and we don't take it for granted. Thank you for guiding us all the time. Our second district vice district governor, while you are away, we welcomed you. Lion John Byarugaba Chikanu, Progressive Melvin Jones Fellow. That one, I can't forget it. I have to keep remembering it. And John Bosco Ntangare is progressive. So we don't take it for granted. Our First Lady, Lanjen Katate. Our brand ambassador for District 411B. She takes branding very passionately. And for that matter, I'm going to ask Lion Musinguzi to start tail twisting those who don't have anything to show that they are lions or leos. By powers entrusted to me, you will tail twist and then let us know at the end of the what? At the end of this seminar, then we shall give fines. But for now, just decide. We are going to the next session. Let's stand up. Stretch a bit. Stretch a bit. Okay, she's here to make a stretch.
Good morning, lions and leos. Yes, I'm Orishaba Bernadette, and I'm going to lead us in a stretching activity. Yeah. So it's simple. Do we know the song of "I Will Make You Fishers of Men"? Yes. So we are going to do that. You can have your seat next to you. So the song goes like this. I will make you fishers of men, fishers of men, fishers of men. I will make you fishers of men if you follow me. So in this song, we have words that begin with F and words that begin with M. So for each word that begins with F, the women or the ladies, we sit. But we sit and stand. Let me use this here. Let me ask Arnold to come please and help me out. So I'm going to try out with Arnold here. He's called Arnold. So as we are singing the song, it is, I will make you fishers of men, fishers of men, fishers of men. I will make you fishers of men if you follow me. Like that. So can we try it out together? Yes. So just to repeat, if the word begins with F, it's the woman or the lady that sits, then you come back up. If it begins with M, it's the men. So can we go? 1, 2, 3, we go. I will make you fishers of men, fishers of men, fishers of men. I will make you fishers of men if you follow me. Yes, so yes, we are going to go a little bit faster. Yes. But even the word make, I've seen some men stay up at the word make. Yes, it begins with M. So we are going faster. You can sing with me. So 1, 2, 3, we go. I will make you fishers of men, fishers of men, fishers of men. I will make you fishers of men if you follow me. I will make you fishers of men, fishers of men, fishers of men. I will make you fishers of men if you follow me. Okay, so thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Bernadette. Bernadette is having team building consultancies. Somewhere she's a graduate of Makerere University, but she's a new voice. You can see young energies, so let's fish them out. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. We appreciate Bernadette. I would also like to introduce intending Leo, Mika, Tusime. Stand up and they see you. He's one of our panelists, so you'll be seeing him, but I thought I should recognize him as we move. Thank you very much for coming. Now we are going to another program as we arrange. Have I not recognized anyone? Region A, say yay. Region A, let's stand up. Region A, Region A. Okay, thank you for hosting. When we are here, we appreciate. Thank you, thank you. That is Region A, the powerhouse. Now we are going to the pan of discussion. No, we can sit Region A. Lion Lawrence, it's okay. They've seen, eh? It's fine. Now, we are going to the pan of discussion, and I'm very honored and privileged to introduce to you our moderator. Our moderator is Lion Robert Munanura, who is the Assistant General, Assistant Commissioner, General of Prisons. You can clap for that. He's a very young man, born in 1970, so he's still strong to serve for so many years. Lion Munanura joined Lionism in 1998 from Lions Club of Masaka as a young civil servant, a cadet assistant superintendent of prisons, and in 2005, he transferred membership to Lions Club of Kampala Host, where he's a very, 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 very active member. Lion Robert Munanura became a club president of Lions Club of Masaka in 2002. He was appointed zone chairperson 2003. And since then to date, he has been a district officer in charge of different and several portfolios. In 2009, he was appointed the region chairperson and later appointed cabinet secretary in 2014. Lion Munanura was elected and installed to serve as the district governor at the Association's 101 International Convention held in Las Vegas, Nevada, in United States of America in June 2018, becoming the pioneer district governor for District 411B, Uganda, as a provisional district. By the end of his term as governor, District 411B, Uganda was fully fledged district. We clap for that. He subsequently became the multiple council chairperson for multiple District 411 in 2021-2022. Lion Robert Munanura has attended all the institutes at the Lions Leadership Institute. He graduated from Faculty Development Institute from Brazzaville, Congo, 2015. He graduated in Advanced Lions Leadership Institute in Lagos, Nigeria, that is early in 2016. He's a seasoned Lions trainer and a graduate of the Lions Certified Instructor Program, LCIP, still from Brazzaville, Congo. So we need to find out what is in Brazzaville, Congo. I think that's where many things happen. Lion Munanura is a recipient of several club, district, and international awards, and is a Progressive Melvin Jones Fellow. He's happily married to a committed lion, Lion Sharon Munanura, who is also an MJF. And together, they run several businesses in leisure, hospitality, and entertainment under the brand name Roche Group. Outside Lionism, he's an old boy of Untare School. So he became a Lion long ago before he joined the Lions Clubs International. He graduated from Makerere University and he holds a Bachelor of a BA in sociology. He holds a postgraduate diploma and master's in management studies from Uganda Management Institute in 2007 and 2009, respectively. He's a Hubert Humphrey Fellow and a mid-career management enhancement program sponsored by the United States government at Michigan State University and UC Davis University in California, 2012-2013. Lion Munanura is a civil servant. He joined Uganda Prison Service in 1997 as a cadet assistant, superintendent of prisons, worked as deputy OC, Masaka Prison, later as OC, Masaka Prison, from where he transferred to the head of to head the maximum security. You know, when you're talking about these prison things, you're a bit scared, eh? Because you don't want to go to that institute very soon. He was appointed as, He was transferred to the head of maximum security prison, Upper Luzira, in 2010. In 2010, he headed the prison's duty-free shop. In 2013, he was appointed the head of Department for Custodial Services, Safety and Security. Later, he headed the Department of Prisons Industries. He has then risen through ranks to become Assistant Commissioner General of Prisons, and is currently the Director for Production, Estates and Engineering at Prisons Headquarters. Lion Munanura has been my teacher at all the institutes I've attended apart from FDI, so that's why I don't want to make mistakes. Fellow Lions, ladies and gentlemen, let's give Lion Robert Munanura, Progressive Melvin Jones Fellow, our moderator for the panel of discussions this morning, a round of applause.
Thank you very much, Lion Charity. Now the panel will come and discuss, but we don't want to talk to hungry people. I apologize for my long CV. Actually, it is longer than that. That is an abridged version. But let's go for tea. From tea, which is now only 10 minutes, come back, introduce the panel, and start on serious business. I hope you are comfortable where you are seated. If you are not, when you come, change the table. I have been introduced, and we are going to deal with a very important topic, which is overcoming fear and other barriers to leadership. I know that most of us have been leaders in one way or the other. I'm reminded that even a class monitor is a leader. And I know that some of you shied away even from becoming class monitors. But along the way, we are now adults. We have become leaders, but there is always fear about leadership. There is fear about taking responsibility and delivering that leadership. Personally, talking about myself, I have been a leader, as you have heard. But one of the things that I always worry about is that fear of rejection in an election. So, very, very successfully, I have dodged to be elected. In most cases, I'm appointed. Apart from civil service, even when I became your governor, I was unopposed. To the extent that if somebody had come up, I would have withdrawn. So that's leadership. But once you take leadership, then you must deliver. So this important topic that brings us to discuss this morning is going to be discussed by very able leaders in their settings. And may I now first invite our first panelist, and this is none other than Lion Dr. Rose Alenyo. As she comes to the dais, Alenyo is a member of the Lions Club of Pakwach. She's also a guiding lion for Lions Club of Seta, and the district chairperson for rehabilitation, Health and District Officer for New Voices, District 411B. Elsewhere, Lion Dr. Alenyo is the senior lecturer at Makerere University, Kampala. She's currently the chairperson, Plastic Surgery College of Surgeons, East Central and Southern Africa. And she's the board chair member. She's the board chair and member, Church of Uganda Health Board, Mukono. Nama Wellness Center and Naguru China Hospital. She's the founder, Smile Care Uganda, and Trinity International Cosmetic Surgery Center. Lion Dr. Renyo is married to Dr. Barnabas Mansasu, and she's a mother of 3 girls, 1 boy, and still going. Please join me in giving another round of applause to our panelists this morning. Our second panelist is Leo Byarhanga, our very own. Please come to the dais and welcome him. She's from the engineering and management background from Chambogo University. He became a Leo in 2016 by joining the Leo Club of Entebbe Secondary School, and later in 2018 transferred to Chambogo Leo Club. Leo Byarhanga has held various portfolios at the club level and district level, including Tema, Vice President, Club President in 2020, Leo District Coordinator, culminating in 2022 when he was elected the Leo District President for 411B. That pause. It's also a privilege to have been the premier president of Leo Multiple District 411 in the year 2023-2024. He's a recipient of district and international recognitions and awards, and he has attended 2 multiple district conventions and one Lions Africa Forum in 2023 in Ghana. Please join me in welcoming our upcoming leader, Leo Byarhanga. The third panelist, born in Chempene, Rugarama Sub-County, Tungamo District, is Lion Ada Kabarunji Basude, a Melvin Jones Fellow. She's on the way. But the one who is already here is Lion Tush. Lion Tush, please come forward. As she's fondly called, is a member of Lions Clubs International since 2002, when she joined the Lions Club of Kampala Central. Her full name is Lion Allen Tush Naturinda. She has held various positions in the club and rose to the rank of club president in the year 2011-12. She holds the award of best president of our district for that year. At the district level, she has been district chairperson, Leos and Youth, Family and Women Symposium, New Voices Marketing Chairperson, Zone Chairperson, Global Leadership Training and Mentorship Convener. And Tush has undergone several leadership trainings, including Lions Quest to a level of certified trainer, Anglophone Africa 2018. She's an FDI of Cairo, Egypt 2020, an Advanced Lions Leadership Institute graduate, Lusaka, Zambia 2022, and Regional Lions Leadership Institute, Kampala 2023. She's a facilitator on Steps to Life project by Erasmus Plus under European Union, board member, Tebere Arts Foundation, board member, Soul Expressions, and judge for Janzi Awards Academy. Lion Tush is married to Lion Dr. Engineer Danz Naturinda, our current multiple council chairperson for multiple district 411. They are blessed with 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl, and in a short break. Lion Tush is, of course, our first vice district governor, and she will steer our district come next Lionistic year. Please join me once again in welcoming our Lion Tush. The fourth is Tusime Mika. Tusime Mika, also known as Short Legend, is a 25-year-old young man. Can I invite you, please, to come to the dais? Lion Mika was born with a physical impairment that may limit his movements, but doesn't dampen his spirits or stop his creativity. He's currently a third-year student of drama and film at Makerere University, Kampala, where he's the guild representative to the GRC for students with disabilities. Tusime is the founder of Infinity TV and Infinity Radio, formerly Light FM. As an artist, he's content creator, graphic designer, and voice-over actor. Mika Tusime is on the road to becoming a real member of Lions Club of Kampala Central at Makerere University. Welcome with me, our panelist Tusime Mika. So dear panelists, we are going to handle a very important and delicate subject of leadership. As it were, we are saying it has its own fears and its barriers, but it is not insurmountable. Prepared leaders lead well and deliver. In no particular order, but at my discretion, I'd like to pick on Dr. Rose Alenyo to be the first panelist to tell us about the barriers, the experiences, and share her story in her leadership career and her career progression as well. Dr. Alenyo, most welcome.
Thank you very much. These are times when prayers don't work, because I've been praying that I'm not the first. Thank you very much, our moderator. Thank you for the people that put all this together. I appreciate the favor.
We are using 10 minutes.
Okay,
If we can reduce it, the better.
All
But
right,
10
fine.
minutes.
I have a few things that I would like to share about barriers to leadership, which is really personal. The first one is no experience. I had no experience. I wasn't even a class monitor, and I was excited when you said that you fear elections. So at least now we are two. I just do not have the confidence to be told you're not fit. So I avoided leadership until it came and found me where I am. So one of it is experience. And of course, experience needs a mentor. If you don't have a mentor, sometimes these are very, very hard things. So way down in my life, as I was growing older, is when I landed on mentors. So initially, the problem was mentors. Then there is self-perception, because there are sometimes when we sit and describe ourselves to ourselves that nobody knows. So I always thought that everybody else had the capacity except me. So to get that out of you, you need help or you need to rethink, as they said. The other is what people say, because sometimes you listen to what people say about those in leadership. Always negativity, but in their face, everybody is nice. So you fear to put yourself in that front. Then, of course, identifying our own skills. To be a leader, you must have some sort of skills that allows you to lead. Some people lead by the authority that is naturally born in them. Others lead because they have the capacity. Others lead because they are good speakers. So sometimes the challenge is identifying what is it that I'm going to use when I become a leader. Being a teacher, I decided today I need to write some things down. And then, of course, there are things that face us, the ladies. It's no secret. Sexism. Plastic surgery in Africa is known as a job of the Wazungu. So the Wazungus come, do plastic surgery, and go. And then later on, the males picked it. So when I stepped foot into plastic surgery, I was the first female in the whole region. They actually called me Mama Plastic Surgery. I don't like it because it makes me old. But there are simple things that we do that discourages the females. You know, if I did a surgery and it's during a ward round, my male colleagues would make some small laugh. Oh, you did this. That, you know, to make it look like, okay, it was successful, but it was something small. So some of those things make the female people go a bit down. So I always had to fight to put an impression that, you know what, this is as complex as the one you did. So you're always in a battlefield. So that is a barrier that we keep fighting. Then one thing that made me have a breakthrough, I think now we are looking at barriers. So one last barrier is that I read the book called The Secret, was that all these things I've been mentioning are the power of the thought. So once you fill your mind, I think since morning we have been talking about the mind and perception. The things that you put in your mind are the ones that come to be. So I had so many things that I thought would not make me a leader. And then lastly, one of the barriers is the group of friends you have. If they all do not like leadership, you probably won't be a leader. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. I think that was more or less 5 minutes. We thank you, but of course, we want to share your experience now as a plastic surgeon. And for you who are here, you know something called breaking the glass ceiling, especially for the other gender in terms of competition for leadership. But of course, as she says, the barrier is broken if you actually keep doing what you are doing and doing it well and even excelling. So when we talk about plastic surgery in Uganda, everybody now quickly remembers Dr. Alenyo. And one thing she has done is definitely to bring good smiles on those lips of those children and even adults. You know, there are some things which you can't force. One of them is a smile. If it is a smile, it has to be a smile. But if it is a smile that is especially for those people with clips, it is not a very, very good one. So we thank you. Again, please thank her for bringing smiles to most of our children. I'd like to move now to Leo Biaruhanga. I know that also pioneering your leadership as the multiple district Leo president, also becoming a district Leo president for Uganda, have not been mean achievements. But along your way, as you progress and grow, as a Leo, I know you must have been or must faced some barriers to your journey. Please go now and share those barriers and how you overcame them in the next 10 minutes. We thank you.
Thank you very much, our moderator, Lion PCC Robert Mananura. I would like to greet you, ladies and gentlemen, and I believe that we are going to have a nice day. As a Leo, as I joined the Leo Club program in 2016, I joined the Leo Club program in 2016 in the Leo Club of Entebeses. By the time I was joining, I didn't know that there was those levels of Leo district leadership, multiple district, but I saw it as an opportunity where I will be able to serve and reach out to those who are in need and the likes. But when I joined, I got to realize that in this platform, you can get a chance to practice leadership. Now, me, when I was growing up, primary school, secondary school, I used not to be a leader. I used to believe that it can't happen. Me leading people, that is impossible. So I used to just be in the background, but I used to feel something that I can, somehow I feel I can do it. But the belief was still low. And this came up when I was picked on. One time, I was picked on in another forum to lead people, to be a team leader of a group that is going to usher on a certain ceremony. And I was leading even people that are older than me. At that moment, I decided to take on the role, and I saw that it can happen. So one of the barriers is always the belief. If you do not believe, if you don't have that belief that you can really do something, even if it is small, because leading a team of people for just only one day is not something very big like leading the whole district for the whole year, yes? But even if it is small up to that level, if you don't have that belief, it turns out to be impossible for you to practice leadership. And in that way, I joined the Leo Club program. By the way, not until I reached my advanced level in school, I had never taken on any leadership portfolio. But after me getting a number of chances to lead here and there, I decided to participate in an election in my senior 5 for the position of head prefect, and I won. So I was the head prefect for the school for the whole year. So from there, I didn't turn back. I started believing in myself that I can make it. That's how I became the leader for the Leo Club of Chambogo University during COVID. That was also different because I had spent the whole previous Lionistic year preparing to do this and that, but it was also quite challenging, but we were able to sail through and ended the Lionistic year. While I was the club president, that was my first time to use the Lions LCI platform. And I got to see something called multiple district. And I decided to resolve that I will try it out. I will try it out. And with that, I started getting knowledge on what I am supposed to do. And I gathered enough knowledge. I said I'm supposed to pass here. Then I started setting up myself to be able to reach that. Then another barrier, there are always mistakes. We always fear to do mistakes. So in that journey, there are a number of mistakes that I have done, but I resolved in me that these mistakes, I need them because they will help me learn. They are useful. So sometimes we might fear that I won't take up this leadership post, I won't practice this, I won't do this because I might make a mistake and people will look at me badly or they will say this and that. But these mistakes are the ones that help us to build that leadership capability. And after, you will end up doing a number of things. Then the other one is failure to forgive and forget, because as you're interacting with people as a leader, yes, if you do not prepare yourself to forgive and forget those people that you're working with that make mistakes, it will also demoralize you. And it will turn out to be a barrier that will hinder your leadership growth. So I've talked about a number of barriers. Mr. Moderator, thank you very much.
Thank you. Give him another round of applause. Let me know when Ada comes in. Is she here yet? Ada? Lion Ada? No. But we want to thank you and also congratulate you on your leadership. I know that for you, you were a pioneer, multiple council chairperson. And I remember when this council of past district governors was taking a decision to take you to Ghana to experience that leadership. It was well defended because we said, these are our future leaders. And it begins from here. So if they are not going with us to experience what they are going to experience in future, and what else even shall motivate others who want to become a multiple district Leo president like him, what will motivate them as they grow up and I seek leadership. But indeed, as you have said, one of them is fear, the fear of making mistakes. All of us sometimes fear to make mistakes. That's why we want to remain in the comfort zone and leave those who can take risks. They go, if they make mistakes for you, you learn from them. But we thank you for sharing your experiences and the fears and the barriers that you found along the way. Now, next will be Lion Tush. I know that you have been a leader for some time and you have a lot of experiences. You always claim that you speak less. Yes, you speak more. Today you have 10 minutes. You speak more in those 10 minutes. But share your barriers and those challenges that you found along your leadership path.
Thank you, our PCC and moderator. A good morning to you all. When Lion Dr. Mercy sent a message out for us to participate in this, she said we should tell a story. Now, in my language, you say, can I tell you a story, and people have to respond. Eh? Mbaganire, mbaganire. Okay, there are people who know that slogan. So in English, we can say, I'm going to tell you my story, then you say, tell. I'm going to tell you my story. My first fear is this microphone in leadership. When I think of taking on leadership, I know there are many microphones coming to you, then these cameras, these are my biggest fears in my leadership career. So can they turn them off so that I talk nicely? Well, I am so thrilled to be part of this panel. I do not think that I've volunteered to be a leader voluntarily. I've been put there, I think. For those who come from Lions Club of Kampala Central, I will tell, basing on my club, I remember when I was put in the lineup for leadership, I came up to the first vice president, and then I got a scholarship to go and study. You don't know how I went jubilating for that, because I had now dodged being the president of that club. I went to South Africa for 1 hour, and they kept in touch with me. When I came back, they said, you will still take on this leadership role. I find my biggest passion is in doing things and doing them my best. And I believe it's that doing that makes people see me as able to take leadership for others to do, but not that I know that it's there in me, actually. You've heard in the introduction about me, I have specialized in applied arts. And it's not by accident, it's because I like doing. I like courses that make me do things, because hands-on things help me understand, engage with people I'm working with, and I think that has been my biggest passion and my biggest promoter in whatever I've done. You find that I will like working so much with the children, because I do not like working with adults that I have to push. So I'm a poor manager, I think. Because adults think on something, you tell them they have to first think about it and then do it, and sometimes don't answer you. But when you're working with young people and you say get up and we get to work, they get up and get to work. So you find that most of my circles, I've worked among the youth. I've worked with the youth in several areas. When I was in Makere under the Performing Arts Department, I was always given duties to go ahead to do field work with the students as the coordinator of People's Theater. I will tell you the most areas I've worked with, you'll find that I am always working with people. People's Theater would go do survey, where should we take the students in the field for the practical exams. You go and meet schools, meet community leaders, where the students will be, and I would do that with very much interest. I didn't know I was even doing leadership. I just knew I was doing service and something that I like to do. And then when we reach there, you make sure that also the exam is conducted very well. Then the other area that made me like working with people is people's theater. theater for development. When I joined the university, I took that as my core component, theater for development. We always take on the roles of others, stepping in the feet of the people to imagine what are they going through. If I was the one, how would I go through this? And mostly these programs would be targeting the less privileged members of the community. So under Theater for Development, you would want to work with maybe a group of women, a group of youth, and leave them better than you found them, using drama. I'm happy I'm speaking in front of my lecturer, Professor Mercy. She knows how she used to push us to do this to our best. So you find that my challenge was my biggest fear that I'm not able, but my biggest strength in the leadership is the people behind me, those voices outside me that speak and say you're able, or even without telling me, they put me in positions and I find that I'm able to do. So, are you still there? You keep telling me, tell, if you're there. Can I tell you more? So, under Alliance, those who go for multiple district conventions, our moderator opened with saying he never wanted to campaign for anything, he never applied for anything. I'm that kind of person. I'm telling you, those who are in Arusha, you know that I even wanted to give up when I found I'm standing among three of us were standing, and I was the only leader among the three. Lion John Chikan is in the house. He was my terrorist. Is he still here? A good terrorist, and we are friends. Thank you. I count them as people who have enabled me reach where I am. Everyone who challenges you, pushes you to a certain level. I was giving up in the corridors, Lion John, but some voices told me stay on the race. And that's why I'm here, and you're behind me. But I'm glad we are on the same lineup. So, the barriers normally are the fears within me, as opposed to the ones I see ahead of me. My own fear of leading people and not achieving what I want to do because they are not doing what I want them to do. I will pause there for now. I will tell you more when I'm called on. Thank you so much.
Give Lion Tush another round of applause. Lion Chikanu, are you still a terrorist? Maybe not, because Lion Chikanu has also had to. You know what I said about competing is that you are forced into making manifestos. And in making manifestos, sometimes you start lying. But when you are unopposed, you only tell what you think you are going to achieve, to do. But those ones who compete, you know how much lies sometimes you put to spice up your candidacy. So we thank you very much, Lion Tush, and we also congratulate you on the far you have gone in your leadership career. And we shall be glad to have you as our district governor next year. Now we shall switch gears and move to our next presenter, panelist, Mr. Tusima Mika. Of course, I'm excited about your entrepreneurship, about your starting a TV and a radio station. Some of us have business minds, but these are very far from us. For us, we can start by just doing music, buy a radio and put it there and say, you can dance. But for you to broadcast and what you have gone through, would like to share your experience. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me as we welcome Tusime Mika talk about the barriers and the fears in his leadership journey and what else that is there for him to do in the near future. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Once again, good morning. First of all, I want to appreciate and thank my professor, Madam Mercy, in front of you all. She has always believed in my abilities, and she has never seen, she doesn't always look at my disability. She believes in my potential. I really appreciate. And first of all, I think I'll talk about I don't know if I'm talk about my leadership or my innovation. Well, the innovation also includes part of leadership. For me, I've been a leader, but it's amazing how I always become a leader, because I'm someone who is always social, and actually you can never find me in circles of only people with disabilities. I'm always socializing. Even now at campus, you always find me in groups of people without disabilities, because I want to create that connection and leave out that stereotype that people always look at, that maybe if you have disability, you have to be in the disability corner. I always try to engage, to interact with other people, so that we also show them the other side of us. And I think since primary school I've been a leader, and it's the subjects that send me to leadership because of the potential they see in me. After me socializing with them, you find them saying, but why can't you take up this position and you lead us? And that person always believes in people who see potential in me, so I always embrace endorsements. So when they endorse me, and I see like I have the potential to do it, I always do it. Even at campus, when I reached campus, people were eagerly waiting for me to reach second year, because it's the year where you start standing for certain positions. They were like, we can't wait for you to reach second year and you stand for a position. I actually wanted to come on a different post, not specifically for students with disabilities, but students with disabilities, because of they had seen me representing them on different occasions. They asked that kindly you come on in our angle, so that we know that we have someone who represents us, who takes our voice out, who advocates for us. So I took up that position. Then when it comes to my innovation, where the leadership comes in, when I reached Makerere University, I found out that they no longer had a radio. So I always utilize gaps that are in. I always like to fill gaps. So I innovatively, because I didn't study it, I'm someone who is much of research, and not academic research per se, innovative research. So I had to look further for the ways how I can come in with my innovation to fill the missing gaps. So when I started up that online radio, at first I first called it Light FM, but when I started on registration stuff, I found that that name already exists in the system. So I like also being flexible. I like to be flexible. So I had to adjust, and I called it Infinity. I had to change and call it Infinity Radio. And that online radio, I first broadcasted via a certain website that, of course, it was controlling me. But I'm someone who is visionary, so I'm on government. So whenever I could get like the government allowance, I could say this part of this allowance is set to cater for my innovation. So I worked on the website, which is infinityug.com. When I set it up, I was like, I think this won't be enough. I don't always settle for less. So I had to go for an app. I also got an app for it. In that radio, I do employ. I don't know if it's employing, because if people are volunteering, I don't know. But I think still it's employing. I have a staff of over 15 students. Thank you. One of the things I wanted to work on was involvement of students with disability in media. You know, sometimes, even before I wanted to take up journalism, but people used to discourage me, like, how will you manage journalism? Because journalism is all about going to the field, what? I was like, no, I don't think that people are always in the studio presenting, are always in the field. So I had to bring in that aspect, that even people with disabilities can actually be good journalists and can do better. So I had to also bring in that. So among my presenters, I dedicated the 20% to cater for students with disabilities. And when they are doing that, I don't look at their disability. Whether you have visual impairment, whether you what, I just give you the opportunity, and maybe we get someone to help you do that task well. So for the TV, I did my internship from UBC. That was this year from June. So when I got the chance to access the control room and saw how things are done, I just asked the operator that which software is this? Just the software. He told me it's called this. Going about it, I found it's very expensive to pay for per year. So I'm someone who is good at computer. So I had to bypass the subscription using my computer skills. Yeah. So after that, I had to teach myself. Everything I do, which is in line of creativity, I have no one who always teaches me. Even graphics, even radio, like setting up the radio, I have no one who taught me that. I think it's also one thing about leadership, like being self-motivated and being someone who is more into discovering something new every time. So that's how I ended up in finding out that actually, because I also wanted to bring people with hearing impairment on board. They are my good friends. Even they are teaching me sign language. Actually, I know some part of sign language, but they always complained, how do we benefit from your radio? Because it's not catering for us, you know. So I had to bring in even one of the visions about me coming up with the TV is actually bringing in more programs that cater for these people with hearing impairment. So it will be more of sign language, and then the person speaking, you know, in these normal TVs, other TVs to say, you find that the presenter is the one in the main picture, then the sign language interpreter is in the in picture. But for mine, for those programs with hearing impairment stuff, I want that the interpreter will be the main picture, and then the presenter or someone who is interpreting what the sign language user is saying to be in the in picture. That small picture always in the corner. Yeah, so that's about my innovation. And I'm someone who doesn't like much, I don't know, they call them stones, amayinja. If you are a good leader, you shouldn't look at what people actually, at the more respect. You should rather look at what you are doing for your subjects and how better you're representing them. So even you find that my presenters are actually my age mates. But you find them wanting to call me boss. I say, you leave that one aside. You just call me legend. Okay, you just call me legend. Because I don't always like to be overpraised, and yet I see that I'm actually looking further to achieve beyond what I have so far. So I think being a good leader also is, don't always yearn for praises. You rather look at what you have achieved and what you have done for your subjects, and what new thing you have brought in place that has been lacking or missing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, that hand clap is not enough for these insights. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, there are very, very many leaders, and there are very many leaders who have also shared their success stories, including those who have formed the biggest companies of the world. I was reading at Disney. Disney herself, I think, before it became the Disney we know, she passed through a lot of challenges but persisted. Amazon, just an app like his for selling online, they passed through a lot of challenges, but they tried to make sure that they rely on mentors, on positive feedback, especially what was not going right, so that they put it right. And eventually, they are the greater leaders and successful people that we can talk about. Just before we go now to the Q&A, I'd like to give 1 more minute or 2 to Dr. Rose Alenyo, because she forgot something which is more important than even what she said, so that she says it and then we continue.
Yeah, I think I learned, being the first, now I learned something from them. But I wanted to share something about leadership in Lions Club. I became a member of a charter club and started as vice charter president. And this is like the blind leading the blind. All my members, except Lioness Torre, knew what is Lionism. And I think that was the biggest but most interesting leadership that I had. And my district governor then, and the first lady, Lion, I now call him JB because I discovered he's JB. But every time I'm asked a question, I have to ask my district governor, what is this? So it was the most challenging, and I think most people that become presidents in the clubs that are starting, it's a big, big problem. Because your members keep asking you, inboxing you, what is this? What is it? What is Lionism? And yet they're already members. So I think that was the biggest challenge that I forgot. The blind leading the blind. So I used not to Google much, but when I became the president of Lion Club Pakwach, I was always Googling because I was scared of what they are going to ask me. That's what I wanted to share.
Absolutely, because thank you very much. Actually, you can amplify that club for her and for many of you who have become charter members or become presidents when you are not ready. When you are not ready and you become a president, you dance the tune. Because everybody is just looking at you like this. You talk about peace poster and you don't even know about it yourself. You have been seeing the club going for it. You have been seeing members going for activities, but you don't know. Now you have to initiate. Now you have to know the MMR. You have to submit. You are blaming your secretary for not doing this, but you also don't know how to do it. But eventually, because now you are the leader, and the leader who doesn't have to be blamed, you learn, and you learn on the job, and you perform better. I'd like to open now for some few questions and insights, just in case you want to share your own story about leadership. We shall take some few minutes and have this, and then we shall be closing the panel discussion. Lion Poza, the mics are this side. Can have one.
Thank you. It may not be a question, but I want to share from what they have shared. That fear of leadership can be overcome with attitude, that positive mental attitude. There was our key presenter talked about focus. Of course, focus, what leads to focus is the positive mental attitude. I also want to say that reading helps. When you read books about leadership, First Vice talked about Brenda, The Secret by Rhoda Brenda, and many other books. You'll find, for instance, when you talk about influence and you read Stephen Covey or books by other writers about emotional intelligence vis-a-vis IQ, you get to know what leadership, what to do when you are in leadership. You've been thrown there. Again, the part of, for instance, yes, I've talked about the books, and then the training. When you expose yourself to training, you get opportunities for training. I found that I got valuable information and knowledge when I joined Lions through the trainings. The conventions used to take a little bit longer, and you would get into where you want, which room you want for training. If you want your secretary, you go there. You are treasurer, you go there. You want to be president, you go there. So these opportunities for training will help you to overcome fear and become an effective leader. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lion Posa, Lion Kasolo.
Let me lead the microphone.
Thank you so much. Thank you, moderator. And thank you, the panelists. I would want to bring this down to the challenges we have at club level. You can look at somebody who really has all these qualities. He's got the experience, he's got the skills, and yet they are like, no, I don't want to be a leader. How do we provoke these members who really want to exploit the potential they have so that they finally, say, yes, I'm going to do it? Because we are losing out on so many of these people. So if you can have some of these tricks or approaches maybe mentioned, this could be of help probably to many of us. Thank you.
Whom do you want to answer?
I think it's a general one. I see the panelists, some of them may be using their own experiences to finally say, they did this to me, or I found myself in this scenario, and finally I had to say yes. Thank you.
Any other? Yes, Lion Paddy.
Thank you very much, moderator. I hope Lion Tushi is not going to get another heart attack because of the terrorism in me. Mine is to Mika. The fear we are talking about. How did you overcome that fear of entering that control room at UBC? Because these are areas which are highly protected that you cannot easily enter. But you managed to enter and even see what they were doing. Then you mentioned something about how expensive the equipment you found there. But you are able to get that same equipment. And now you started your own TV. How did you manage in your leadership, perhaps not fear this time, to be able to establish what you have done after just looking and entering into that control room and get what was there? Thank you.
Thank you, Lion JB.
Thank you, Moderator Robert. Mine goes to Dr. Rosa Leño. I would like you to share your experience. I know when you do surgeries, you do it as a team. So share with us your experience, the first time you led that team to do an operation. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. Somebody at the end, then we shall first take those.
Good afternoon or good morning to everyone. Mine is to Lion Rose. How were you able to overcome leading the blind?
What?
How was she able to overcome leading the blind?
All right. I'll start with Kasolo, Lion Tush wants to take on yours, and then after that, Doctor, and then Mika.
So what you're facing at club level is something that is faced by almost most clubs, that you see somebody has the leadership traits, has the experience, but they are not performing or taking on what you expect that they should lead the club to. Is that your question? I believe also the district governor can come in here because he's a quarter way in the year, and I know he has even done reshuffles. And when he was electing the members, he knew they were really capable, but what is happening? This is a question we can all attempt to answer. One of the things from my personal experience or observation with, I'm a guiding lion for Lions Club of Chira host, guiding lion for Mokono host. Some of these clubs, some clubs, others are flourishing and some may not be moving. But what is happening? The leaders are able but may not be performing. I believe that it takes two ways. When leaders are put in place, we also need the members to come up and support. It is a two-way. And when the leader feels you run the first meeting, you don't see responses coming through the way you expected, a second meeting, also the leader starts developing cold feet. How do we do this? I think you need, as a leader, you need to spot out some members in the club among your leadership, maybe 2 or 3 that you think you can always plan with, move with, and maybe inspire others through those ones. Of course, there's always somebody who has a soft spot for some members of the club, which you may not have as a leader, and you should accept that position, that not everyone can accept to follow you, but work with those favorite people of people to move others. I believe we all have that area, but sometimes it may not work. There has to be many ways, but consultation and trusting in a few sometimes can help lift the others. Especially when you're in the position of president, you need to win the hearts of people in order to lead them. At times, force may not work. We have to use both, either way, to make sure that you'll get the people behind you and you perform to your best. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll go to my governor. I still call him my governor because he was, for that question. Some of you who are health workers know the scenario. When you're going to operate a patient in theater, there are several teams. There's those whose expertise or work is to clean blood and anything on the floor. Then you have those that give what we popularly call caliform, those ones that make the patient sleep. Then you have a team that has to do the operation, and in the operation you have the chief, then you have the assistant, then you have the group, which is the students, and these students, there is a master's, the first day student in theater, and all that is the simple setup. So I will use a scenario where the first time I was under a British surgeon that was working in Kampala. So because you know the teacher, when your teacher is always there, you are a student. That role doesn't change easily. So you always slide because the chief is the boss. So that time he asked me, there was a patient that, okay, he said, I'm going to Mbarara for a tour and you are in charge. I was excited because I said, now I'm the boss. So we went for the ward round and we had to select these patients. But he told me, select what you can do. But I wanted to impress him that I can do better. So I chose a patient that had a big cancer in the neck. And we went to the operating room because the people to make the patient sleep will also wait until you say so. So everything actually is on your head. And I also didn't know that if anything went bad, it was also on your head. So you have all this team and you always must show that you are confident. So at one point, I went into the vessel that is the big one that supplies the head. And that is the point when I realized that you have to be a leader. And the patient's blood pressure, the people monitoring shouted, what is happening? So I put my hand there, and as long as my hand was there, everybody was calm. But they didn't know what I had done. My heart rate was maybe 2. I could feel my heart was pumping in my mouth. And it's really a very bad feeling. It's like when you have low blood, you feel your heart is pumping in your mouth. So it was pumping in my mouth. And like she said, I looked around, who can I trust? So I looked at one of the surgeons that follows me in rank, and I told him, something bad has happened, and make sure you don't show any feeling. He told me, what have you done? I said, I've put a hole in the biggest vessel. And he said, what are you going to do? I said, I need you. So anyway, I know you won't believe me, but the patient survived. And that is when, because I had to take over to shout, put the blood pressure up, get the blood, and I was trying to recall what my boss would do, what he would shout. There was no respect, there was no one younger, there was no one older, but I had to shout. And that is the time I learned that when you lead, it's not only for good, and you have to be, there are some things I couldn't do. I was saying, put the tube in the chest. I could not do that, but because I was in charge and I showed the people that I was confident, although inside me, I was dying. So that is how we got out of the situation. So that is how theater always works. Whenever there's no leader in theater and you don't show your authority, it's always bad. Because it starts on a small thing and suddenly all the machines are making noise, and if you ask, what is happening? Everybody says the boss doesn't know. So as a leader, I think that is, they always tell us that the surgeon is the leader of the ship, because our job is like military. It involves safety and life. So so I think that is one of the things that theater teaches us, to be in charge. Leading the blind, yeah, the club when it is starting, I don't know for others, but you could see that the oldest member of the club says, what is this? You post something and he says, what is this supposed to do? So one of the things I did was, which I also told the first president of SETA, that the district governors are like World Bank. My governor, not the money, but World Bank of knowledge. And I don't know how, I think becoming a governor is something that, because all of you look like you have the same mother and father. Very passionate, very free. If anybody asks, he doesn't feel like, asking. So I could type at 1 a.m. to my governor, and he would reply. If he had slept first thing in the morning, Professor, I'm sorry, but I had to do that. And I always tell the president of Lion that any small thing, don't think it is small, it can break the club. If you don't have the governor, you have their senior members in the club. Lioness Torre was one of the key persons that we identified. And I used to fight this thing of saying quality, do you call it quality members? I think, yes, that was the only question I would ask in the meetings. What do you mean? I thought it was demeaning. But when I became president, that's when I realized that. So I had to recruit members. My past president is there, Lion Seraphine. So when such people started joining the club, because one, they are willing to read, as he said. They are willing to read, they are willing to ask, they are willing to bring more information in the club rather than to put you on spot. And of course, when I was coming in to be the president, the male in the group from the village, you know our clubs are in the village. When they said a female was becoming the president, somebody wrote in the group and said the club has died. And my husband is a member and he was so angry. So because of that challenge, we said we are going to do everything. And I think the club got a lot of awards. So we picked up that challenge and we tried and selected people that would appreciate. Then we started widening. I think that's what we did. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lenyo. I think that is really what we go through. What we go through. And especially people of my gender, let's be kind. Let's be kind always to the other gender. Because sometimes we want to think we are superior and we are not. And because of that, sometimes we have those differences. That's why the focus on new voices is not just a mere focus. It is an intended focus to empower, to make sure that our colleagues really get not only the encouragement, but what it takes to make sure that they are in these positions of leadership. I think, Mika, you can reply to your question, and then we shall be putting it to a close.
Thank you very much. I remember I was asked about how I accessed UBC control room. First of all, I was posted to radio, which was magic. But I'm that person who always likes to share their interests with people, especially those people who are in line with my vision. So whenever I could be seated like at the reception, waiting for the show I was posted to, I could always share with them like, do you know, I like how TV operates, and actually my dream is coming up with one, and the more I shared it with many people, one told me like, okay, what do you want? Okay, like how can I help you? I was like, if you can help me access the control room, I need to see how it is done. He was like, that's somehow difficult and it takes some protocol. But I kept on insisting until I got the chance to be taken there. And I'm someone who is so much observant. I don't always ask much. Even in class, I think professor can confess. I'm not that person who is always more of questions. I just observe and I go out to try what I have observed. So I just asked him the software. That was all. Because I had always wanted to know like, what do they use? So when I accessed it, I just asked, what software do you use? We use this software, okay. I never asked him whether they buy it. I never asked him, because I knew I'm someone technical. I will get it. I will hunt for it. So it took me 2 days working on it, on breaking the rules the other people set. And that's how I started playing around with it. And I can say now I'm good to go, even if you give me like a TV job to be in the control room or live stream things. That's my dream. I don't still call it a dream because I've already started on it. That's something I want to to venture into. Then about how I started it up, of course, TV is all about software and stuff. So cameras and those are additives. They just support. But TV is all about technical part, the software part. So I first worked on that, and I'm now just chasing for some equipment to support it, because for TV you need to at least have like 3 cameras to start. So I'm just chasing for that, but meanwhile I sometimes be broadcasting like maybe movies, as I put down the graphics, all the graphics it takes, as okay, like the normal TV setup that you always see, or the interface you always look at the TV, for they always call them behind scenes. For that one is all set. Now I'm just chasing for equipment to support it. Then digital is the only way now to go. So that's why I wanted to decide to be having radio working. And for the radio, what I did is I set it in that even when I'm here, I leave something running, so it doesn't go off just because I'm off. I set it and it keeps running. Even if I go away for 3 days, I'll be knowing that the radio is operating so long as I've powered it on. So definitely that's all I can talk about how I came up with. So I can't say that I have already bought bigger equipment that it would all require, but I have acquired the basic techniques and tactics that TV people use. And I've already, I put it even on my website. When my website designer handed the website to me, I said, okay, that's all I wanted. The good thing, he gave me the back end of it, so I edit everything on the website. He was even surprised, like there is a part where he had failed to work on it, where you put ads that are slides. But I was like, but I've ever seen this on some websites. How comes mine will not have? So I started working on it. In 4 days, the man checking the website, he saw when I had already put it. Then the man was like, now why did you even give me your money to design, since you could do it? I was like, there are some things I can do, but I don't always like destroying what has already been made, but instead adding on something new. So that's how I came up with it. Yeah, and people like it. That's also my motivation, that people appreciate what I do. And first of all, before they appreciate me, I do appreciate myself, and I embrace it that actually this will work. Then I put it out. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If I may ask, if you are taken to prison, how will you escape?
If I find that I cannot escape from there, I look for the ways to stay peacefully there.
On that note, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our panel for their insights on this very important topic of call it breaking the barriers to effective administration. That would be another topic. But I think they have all shared experiences. I don't know if you have one more thing to say, just in a second.
Thank you very much, moderator. Just finally, I want to comment about the issue that Dr. Wilson raised how do we engage those members who may not be interested in, okay, they have the capability. I think the most important thing that we are supposed to do is to talk. We should keep talking to those people, because I've also talked to many. They refuse this time, but after some time, they will be able to take up the what? Take up the leadership position, yes? Because even as we read the Bible, there is a story that the man knocked in the night, want some bread? I have visitors, said, no, I am sleeping. I am in my bed, I have closed. But if we keep talking to those people, they will take on the leadership. And then the other thing is that we are supposed to engage members from the committees. We start from there. They take up membership on the committees. Then from there, I believe they can be able to be mentored so that they can take up the big position in the club. Then lastly is guiding, offering the guidance, because someone may say that, what will I do? But if you can share with them a sample, your planner, that you can do this at this moment, you'll be able to organize this, set up something like this, then they will get enlightened and they will be able to take up the leadership. Otherwise, they will just say, I can't do that, because they may know what to do, but if it is written down and they can clearly see it, then they can be able to get the confidence to take up that leadership.
Thank you very much. That is very good contribution. So, of course, it can be done. And I think from what Lion Gilver has talked to us in the morning, yes, we can. We can be good leaders. We can overcome those barriers. It's a question of shifting our mindsets. Those who have not been in leadership or are still fearing, please don't fear leadership. Let's try as much as possible, surround ourselves with good mentors. They help us to achieve. They help us to learn and even overcome those fears. Let's celebrate those small milestones that we do. If you're a leader, recognize others. You cannot do it alone. Sometimes we think we are the champions and we forget to know that the small inputs of the people that we serve with really matter. And at the end of the day, let's remain focused and build our clubs. With that, I would like to ask another round of applause for the panelists. Panelists, you have done us proud. You have shared your experiences. And I think everybody from here has learned something new as we hone our leadership abilities. We thank you, and this is the end of the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator, past council chairperson, and your team. He's trained. He's coming. Okay. Wow. Wow. Thank you very much. Balance the boat. As they are taking the picture, one of my greatest fears is being asked a question. So I thank God nobody asked me. Because when I was in secondary school, in a mathematics class, one teacher asked me a question and I didn't know it. It was about cosine, those things. And I didn't have an answer. So he told me density increases with volume. And that was my last time to attend mathematics class. So you see how our fears, and I don't think I've tried to overcome that fear, but I think I have. Because I ask some questions sometimes. I'm the one who asks. So members, when you're in such a group, please make sure you pay attention. And recently I was also in another class, Faculty Development Institute. One of the faculty members asked, how many lions are in Africa? Said, Charity, do you know? And I did. But I thought he was asking about these animals in the what? In the wilderness. So that one I didn't know. But I knew the number of lions in Africa as in membership. So sometimes it is how attentive you are and how you relate. So I hope for us today, we've gotten one or two things not to fear the tyrants. Lion tush, don't fear. Those tyrants sometimes are as weak as ourselves. So we're going to have an icebreaker. Gertrude, come and do something. And then from there we shall continue with our program. We need to have fun. We are not only here in lectures. Lest they ask you and you're related with a size like mine.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask us to stand up again, to stretch a little bit. Okay, thank you. So can we like put one hand up and just do a little bit of shaking? Yes, just shake your right hand. Okay, we can switch now to the left hand. Now you can shake both hands. Yes. Okay, so now we are going to do an activity that requires us to concentrate and pay attention, right? So when we are going to say our names. When I say name, you say your name, or whichever name you choose to say. I'm Bena, I could say Bena, right? So when I say clap, you just clap once. Okay? So can we try it? Name. Clap. Name. Clap. Name. Clap. Okay, it's simple, right? So now we switch it up. When I say name, you clap. When I say clap, you say your name. Are we together? Okay. Name. Clap. Name. Clap. Name. Clap. Now we are going to add something. We have a very big space, right? So when I say walk, just move a little bit in the space you're in. Yes. Then when I say stop, you stop wherever you are. So walk. Stop. Walk. Stop. Okay, we now also switch this up. When I say stop, that's when you walk. When I say walk, that's when you stop. Okay, so walk, stop, walk, stop, name. Now there are 4 instructions, you know, we still have the name and the clap, okay. Name is clap, then clap is name, okay. So walk, remember walk is stop. Okay, walk, stop, walk, stop, clap. Okay, name, name, stop, name, stop, name, clap, name, stop. Okay, so thank you. Let me welcome. No, it's okay, thank you. Yes, let me invite Professor.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you very much, Bena. I hope we are alert.
Thank you very much. Now, before we go to the next program, I told you today we are going to do business unusual. So we're going to have some self-introductions for a few people. And I'm going to come to this table. You tell us your name, your club, and what you do. I'm starting with you. Tell us your name, club, what you do. Briefly.
I'm Josephina Kampala from Kavare Lions Club. I work with Kavare School of Nursing.
Thank you very much.
I'm called Primrose Bisase. I work for Jubilee Alliance. Belong to Kampala, Lions Club Kampala host. I'm club secretary.
I'm Superintendent of Police, Rule James. I'm from the Lions Club of Makerere. Thank you.
My name is Fiona Agaba. I'm from Lions Club Kampala East. I work with Rock Telecom, head financial planning.
My name is Namala Babide Jocelyn, Leo IPP of Leo's Club of Kampala Central. I'm a student.
Hello, I'm Michael Agawa from Kamwenge, host club, Lions Club, sorry, and I'm an engineer. I work with Kamwenge District Local Government.
I'm being selective.
My name's Avirunchi Goreti. I'm from Kasanga to Greater Lions Club. I'm a membership chairperson in that club, and I work with Kampala Serena Hotel.
Hello, I'm Diana Tsasire, Wakiso host. I'm a business lady.
Thank you so much. My name is Akajo Christine. I am the chairperson, membership, Kakira. I thank you for the organization of this function today. And I'm so grateful. I have learned a lot. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lion Hina Rajesh, Jinja Club and Membership Director and First Lady. So thank you, Marcy, to inviting me and my first time experience to come on meeting. Thank you.
My name's Lion Florence Magezi, charter member, Entebbe Road Lions Club. I'm the chairperson, membership committee, Entebbe Road, MJF, and I am a farmer. I work with Rich Flow Lift Services, a company that deals with heavy lifting. Now we are doing all the heavy lifting in oil and gas. And if you are looking for breeding bulls, please contact me for Boran cattle.
Now we are bringing the invoice for that advert. But thank you very much. We know where to go if we need lifting.
Thank you. Lions Club of Entebbe, David Mugoya, my name. I'm an accountant with ACJPS. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Lion Mawazo David Wambale. I'm the membership chairperson for Kampala Victoria Luzira. I work with Uganda Prison. I head the orthopedic department, the prison health service. I'm also a medical scientist, and I'm a goat farmer in Toroko district. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now this session of introductions has ended. We shall come back as more members are coming in. But the last one is this one.
Je m'appelle Noah Kabano. Bonjour à tout le monde. Oui, je viens de Nakivale. Je suis le membership chairperson. C'est le plus jeune club dans la région, je crois, parce que nous existons depuis le mois de septembre, septembre dernier. Voilà. Swahili. Aya, jina langu Noah Kabano. Natokea Nakivale. Nakivale ni club, Lions Club ya mpya. Tulikuwa tangu mwezi juzi, ndio tulipata ruhusa ya kutumika. Tulianza zamani, lakini mwezi juzi ndio tulikubaliwa na tulikuwa chate par governor wa zamani Stanley. Yeah. Nafurahi sana, ni mara ya kwanza na mimi kushiriki mkutano mkuu kama huu, na ninapata mafundisho mazuri mengi sana, na nina maulizo mengine pitetere yatakuja baadaye, lakini nafurahi kuwa na ninyi hapa. Asante sana.
From Nachivale Light, it's a newly chartered club, and he's very glad to be here. They were installed by Dr. Stanley. At least those ones I got. There I wasn't larger than life. Okay, thank you very much. We shall continue with introductions later, but right now let's go back to our next program. And I will invite Professor Masentangare. We are going into the planning. That's why we're getting reports. Professor must have been advised that we finish introductions. So those ones who were on the panel, I'm not going to go back to you. But anybody whom I mentioned the name, we are not going back. But now we shall go with you.
Good afternoon. My name is Amasora Francis Newton from SETA Club. I work as a finance officer. We share an opportunity to Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I come back to this table. Introductions.
Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Lion Chiseka Annette, membership chairperson of Mukono Host. I'm an advocate in private practice, practicing with Chiseka and Kampala advocates in town. I'm also a teacher. I teach at the School of Law, Mukono, Uganda Christian University. I also teach at the Law Development Center. Yes, glad to be here.
Good afternoon, Lions and Leos. My name is Rezi Ashanti, MJF, Kampala East Club. I'm a tail twister, and I've seen so many people I can get like a 10,000K for various reasons, you know. I'm a bookkeeper by profession, a private bookkeeper. I come to your place, do your books, hand them over to you, and I move on. It's up to you what you want to do with them. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alice Mobiru, MJF, a charter member of Kampala East, but also I'm a director of Kampala East. I am a past president of Kampala East. I serve as a New Voices officer of the district. And again, I serve as a projects officer at the district. I am happy to see you today here. I work with the Ministry of Finance, but my work skewed more into gender and equity budgeting. There is a unit there which I head. So good to see you and happy to be here today with you.
Thank you. Alice, past president, Kampala East.
Good afternoon, Lions. My name is Lion Karulungo, commonly known as the Wise Man from the East. Club level, I am both marketing and office messenger. At the district level, I'm the chairperson, elderly persons, and I'm retired but not tired psychiatric officer. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Lions. My names are Irene Sabiti Nalongo. I'm the chairperson, Lions Club of Entebbe, chairperson, service, and New Voices officer.
Good afternoon. I'm Lion Serafina Wachango from the Club of Pakwach. I'm the immediate club president and also coordinator LCFI. I'm an educationist. I work with the CSO sector. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lion Irene Namhula, a police officer. I'm from Corner Lions Club, second vice president, and I'm a New Voice officer in the district.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Leo Victoria Alice Muyama from Leo Club of Chambogo, and at the district I'm the marketing and publicity officer. Glad to be here, and I'm awaiting graduation.
Thank you very much. My name is Asasra Flavia. I'm a teacher, and I'm the club chairperson of Shema Specialty Club. Thank you.
Good afternoon, fellow Lions. I've heard about teachers. Happy Teachers Day. We celebrate you. I am Assistant Commissioner of Police, Dr. Lungat Barbara. Lion from Kumi Central. I'm the membership director. I work with the Uganda Police Force. I head one of the training academies. I'm a specialized trainer. I'm also a member of the disaster district officer in charge of roads, traffic and road safety. Please, whenever you have activities, membership directors are here. Let's incorporate road safety as one of our key areas and log in when we're online. Have a good day.
Thank you. Fellow Lions, good afternoon to you. I'm Lion Babide Ruth, membership chairperson, Iganga Lions Club. I'm a medical clinic officer into private practice.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Leah Bwenene Christine Lin from Nsambia Lions Club, and awaiting on graduation. I'm a nurse. Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Thank you for coming.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sharon Mnanura, Lion Sharon Mnanura, Kampala host, and I'm a Melvin Jones Fellow and immediate captain.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Akankunda Adrin, Leo's Club of Zambia, student doing lab.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Gonza Peter from Leo's Club of Zambia, service chairperson. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mukundani Andrew, Leo's Club of Zambia, a student doing nursing.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Atkwasa Celine. I am a Leo under mentorship by Professor Masi Mrembe. I just completed university at Makerere University, awaiting graduation.
Luwesi Arnold Senkomi is my name. I am awaiting graduation, and then I am under mentorship by Professor Masemirembe Ntangare. I work with Twinbrook Elementary School as a performing arts trainer, and then Action in Africa. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Lions and Leos. My name is Orishaba Bernadette. I'm also under mentorship by Dr. Masemirembe Ntangare, and I'm also awaiting graduation next year, and also work with an NGO called Action in Africa. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Lions and Leos. My name is Grace Chihembo. I am under mentorship by Lion Professor Dr. Masemirembe Ntangare. I am also awaiting graduation, and I work with Bernadette. Here we have a team building group, and we hope you can hire us sometime. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am called Bridget Nalugwa. I am also under mentorship by Professor Masi. I'm also awaiting graduation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for mentoring our future leaders and our future Lions.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mpoza Joseph Mary, MJF, Lions Club of Masaka, chairperson membership, and team leader, reading action program. So please report. Thank you. I'm a senior Lion. I could be the most senior here. Yeah, 1994.
We respect that.
Good afternoon, fellow Lions and Leos. I'm Lion Dr. Lawrence Mujisha, a progressive Melvin Jones Fellow, a immediate past cabinet secretary, a past president of Lions Club of Kampala Central, and currently the membership chairperson, Kampala Central, and the district chairperson, Hanga. I'm glad to be here this morning and this afternoon. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm Lion Atwin Charity, a member of Lions Club of Kampala Host, Region A chairperson, and past president, of course, Kampala Host. The rest I had introduced them. I took that honor.
Thank you very much, our hostess, or our host, as we say. Yeah, we are still in your hands for the next session of the afternoon, which is actually going to be very interesting. Why? Because we are looking at ourselves now. We are going to look at ourselves in our clubs, but also everybody of us, I want to assure you, in one or another, you are a new voice. Don't think that new voices are only women. No. Everybody of us, for now, let's take ourselves to be a new voice, either in leadership, either in membership drives, either in service or in marketing. Having clarified that, I want also to talk about the other group briefly. Yes, they are saying they are under my mentorship, but for documentary film. As one way we can actually adopt. So here today, they are of course on assignment, not for marking, not for marks, but assignment towards us. Can we use documentary films, small films or short films on YouTube, but I think I specified also on TikTok. I don't know how to TikTok, but I'm running also from them. On Instagram, on these other platforms that we are not mainstreaming, that is not our ordinary voice as Lions. So we want to get there. And those are experts there. I'm also running from them, much as I'm also mentoring them on the other hand. The third thing which I want to mention is that we are going to combine the next two sessions before lunch. Even if it weren't for time, I think they are in a way related. One, we are supposed to discuss or to hear from the membership chairpersons or the members from the clubs, respecting clubs, about the membership. There is an assignment, there is a pre-assignment. You know, teachers don't separate themselves from those things of assignments and pre-assignments and take home. So, I know some of you have sent your responses to me by mail, which is okay, and by WhatsApp, but these actually are not meant for me. They are meant for us, all of us, to share in your experiences, share in the targets, in the goals that you have. So we shall combine it. So those 10 groups are no longer going to be there. We are all going to go in 4 groups. And we are starting on the planning session before we get our lunch. It doesn't mean that our leaders who are here, the governor and GRT and I think GMT had a commitment. She has stepped out, but she'll come in later. And our moderator, the cabinet secretary, the cabinet treasurer, you are not directly involved, but you are actually involved because this is our ship. I'm the captain, but the ship is ours. So we have to be there together. So I'm going to do it, to approach it this way. So before lunch, we are going to prepare what we shall present after lunch. I don't know, I think we may take liberty to say we come back by, from lunch, because now this one will go on and roll into lunch. So we shall just break it and announce that now you can pick your food. But otherwise, you can also sacrifice and decide not to have lunch. It is on the group leader's choice. So very, very fast, we are going to divide into 4 groups. Not even the members of the New Voices team know which group they are supposed to be, but we shall soon all be there. And they are, of course, alert. So I start by withdrawing calling upon the New Voices members who are here. Even if you are in charge of lunch, just first come here in front. Let's do this first. All the New Voices officers, the district officers whom we have, come here with me. And they are quite a number, but come. As the New Voices are coming, I would also want to utilize the services of the FDIs who are in this room. Whether you are governor or past governor, but you are an FDI, please be my sergeant at arms at this moment. Thank you very much. And I think we have 4 or 5. Okay, so the sergeant at arms are 4. No, there are 5. And also the officers we are having are 5. So I want us to begin by, I know, in charge of leadership, in charge of membership and extension, no, you are not in charge of, but that is the offices now, but now you are FDIs. So I want each of these new voices, first of all, pick a leader from the other side. You are 5, they are 5. Just pick randomly. No, you can go on. Even do this, so, okay. So that duty is done, is it? Okay. I like the pairing. I like the picking, the pairing. Okay. And of course, Elizabeth is also back. Yeah, feel free to join that group. That is okay. So, I have four goats to slaughter. 4 goats to slaughter. Don't worry. The goats I'm going to slaughter are membership, leadership, service, and marketing. Now, by design, but you can choose to slaughter another goat. You seem to be in leadership, but do you want to remain in leadership? Okay, you will slaughter the goat of leadership. What do you want to slaughter? Membership. So, membership. Okay, service. Okay, membership. And it means marketing. And I really saw you in marketing in my own notes. Don't worry. So now, the members who are here, you can give yourselves some gap, some distance. There are 4 groups, in other words. So I want each of us, apart from the governor, but the gracious lady, we also want you. So all of us will come and choose. That is leadership. I think I should have, maybe that's why we needed that. Huh? No, they are, okay. Now, this is marketing. What is that? Those papers. But I think you can always do what? There were those plain papers which we wanted to write on. So you write on very fast marketing so that members find it easy. Ryan Charte, you can also help her too. Because we have 4 groups: leadership, membership, marketing, service. And all I'm requiring the participants to do is to go, each one you choose, you choose one group where you want to go. This is democracy. So choose. Membership is there. Choose either marketing, leadership, service, or marketing is here. Of course, you are going to balance the groups. Even after encouraging people to be leaders and we have overcome our fears, people don't want to be leaders. Come. Yeah, you are free. Wise man. Okay. So, I believe Hello. Okay, marketing, I can see a big group, but don't worry. So we want to balance up the groups. Are they well balanced a bit? Can you export some members? Okay, to begin with, before you export, I need the volunteer leaders of each group. Volunteer leaders, not necessarily those who lead the groups or the offices, but volunteer leaders. I have volunteer leader. Volunteer. Okay. Okay, so can marketing export some leaders to leadership? Don't worry. Okay. Huh? Yeah, okay, okay. Okay, so you'll choose a corner, each of the 4 groups, choose a corner of this very room, and we are coming with the materials to set you off. But the first assignment is to unpack what has come from the groups, what they have found out. The pre-assignment is the first thing. You can start with that one, but also we are supposed to start planning, and I'm bringing the sheets around to aid planning. First break yourself into whichever comfortable place. Feel free. Let's do that. So long as you identify the groups, then we are coming with the materials. Each group will choose a chair and also a recorder or a secretary for your points. Let's sit down and we begin, okay? We are going to start with the marketing group because they came to request several of their members are moving for other state duties. But the marketing will start, and then we shall see which order we shall follow. And of course, you give us the time, how much are we spending? Of course, Ryan Elizabeth, you can help us with they need. I hope they don't need anything except the charts. I don't know. But you can remain handy, even if you are there. Okay?
Fellow Lions, we are now going to start our presentations and you'll be allowed 7 minutes to present and
the governor, of course, is here to see results. So how are we going to manage the final outcome? Of course, there will be a report at the end. That's why seriously we want to present really things which are real, not just mentioning. So we will come there. And at the end, the sessions which are closing, we're actually charting the way forward. Then the other thing is that this afternoon we are registering again, sorry about that, but there are reasons for it. Because you'll notice that the morning we are registering as clubs and our positions. Now we shall still register as clubs, but we want those projections, especially as they focus on page 15 of your program, expanded program, but also your take home. You have been here the whole day. We have enjoyed your company, but we don't know if you enjoyed ours. So it's also a bit of evaluation. To save on time, this registration sheet will be managed by Elizabeth, and she will go table by table quietly. Thank you.
thank you very much, our captain. Now we are going to use 7 minutes for presentation and any question or contributions. We are starting with marketing. You come with your flip chart or whatever, and they showed us how marketing is done. And some visibility was seen.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome from lunch. But when we are presenting our marketing strategies, I request everyone to be attentive. Well, I'm the chair, Alice, and my task here is to just introduce, then after I'll show you who our presenters are for this. We looked at the homework we had. Where's Prof? We had, from the homework, we picked number 6 of, is our district diverse and is it inclusive? Yes, we said yeah. And we gave so many areas to show that District 411B is really inclusive and diverse. I don't want to waste our 7 minutes going through this. Are you able to read, please? Are you? We shall share these. Then we have also a no. Unless when you have something you do not understand, I can elaborate. So from there, we drew, there was also this, the recruiting wheel, and we had our niche here. This is where we put most of our focus. That when we are recruiting, these are the different areas from which we pick potential or lions. And because of this, being guided by this wheel, we had different strategies in some categories, not all of them. Especially we picked from the professionals, we picked from the families, and we also picked from our neighbors. How do we recruit from families? How do we recruit or how do we market lionism amongst our family members and within our communities, in our neighborhoods? This is what we want to present to you. And because we are very inclusive and diverse, this presentation is going to be made by the Leos who are in the marketing team. I have Leo Lynn. I have Leo Jocelyn, please come forward, and Leo Victoria. Enjoy, please give them the whole attention. Thank you.
Good afternoon once again. I'm going to discuss the marketing strategies concerning the areas of family. Basically, we shall start with telling stories. You know, we get to, let me actually just brief. I think most of the points are self-explanatory. If you don't get any point, please do put up your hand for any. Anyways, there is inviting family members to come along for activities. Like when you're doing social activities, invite them along. Plus making family visits, like once in a while, lions, we ought to visit one another to show that bit of caring. And also there is branding of assets at home to continue giving that indirect visibility about lion and also Leos. And evolving lions in family functions, like for example, graduations, weddings, wedding proposals, etc. And sensitizing family is about lionism. Basically, you need to encourage or spread the gospel, just like how you spread the word of God, to encourage many family members to also join our Lions Club International. And also family fun days. You can actually, as Lions, we can just in a year get a day where you gather, call each one's family members to come and just have fun, and just as lions, celebrating yourselves for the things that you have so far done, and also reserving or dedicated spaces for lions at home. Like for example, if you have a function at home like a graduation, you can create a tent and you will brand it boldly and giving that energetic vibe that this is the Lions Club, this is the Lions that we come to support one another. So through that, there is a way someone can be encouraged, who be asked, oh, wow, which club? What do you do? Okay, that's nice. Yeah. Let me hand over. Yes, I'm done. Yeah. Let me hand over the microphone to my next colleague.
Thank you very much. I'm going to talk about how we marketing lions amongst professionally, amongst our fellow workers. Leverage on professional spaces and share stories on Lionism with Lion Regalia. We can share what we do among the lions with our fellows at work. Conduct service activities in the professional spaces, like we can arrange a diabetic camp or corporate social responsibilities, partnering with different professional bodies, direct participation, e.g. in health clubs, while promoting Leonism.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Leo Victoria from Leo Club of Chambogo, and I'm going to take you through the marketing strategies that you can take up with your neighbors. One is involve community leaders. For example, in every activity that you're doing, make sure you put activities in the community and you involve the leaders there. Next, we have host home hospitalities and invite neighbors. For example, from the home strategies that we did, you can also invite your neighbors. Call your neighbor, you got to knock on their door, say, hello, we have a home hospitality, we invite you. Then we have conduct impactful service activities in the neighborhoods. For example, visit the elderlies, the sick, create awarenesses, for example, the diabetes awareness and also eye screening. Like you can also, in your communities, you can also put up these awarenesses. Then we have involved neighbors for service activities. Don't forget your neighbor in any activity that you do. Call them because they also want to know. There are neighbors out there who are eager to serve, but just because they don't know, you've not invited them, they are not able to participate. Next, we have participate in community projects and activities like cleaning, construction of roads. Like whenever there is an activity in the community, they're always saying, let us
let us repair our road, let us make culverts and everything. As lions and Leos, we can participate in those activities that will create awareness, to create visibility for us. Next, share information, for example, the links to neighbors, and identify intending lions. In any activity that happens, any Zoom meeting, any activity, anything, you can invite them and share the links, make lions visible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm so proud of my Leos. Please clap for them properly. We had an extensive kind of discussion, and we had so many strategies which can be expounded when we have those other meetings. So after giving areas how we can capture or how we can call on other lions to join us through the neighborhood, through our workplaces, and within our families, then we went ahead and looked at the general way of attracting lions, of marketing ourselves. There are several. Because we have only 30 seconds, I would not waste those 30 seconds reading through this, but I don't know if you're seeing them. There are really several here. We shall share our presentation with we have so many of the general strategies. Then we went ahead and shared a very inspiring story. I don't know, later, maybe they'll give us a minute, later, not now, to share this inspiring story. We have someone who gave us that story. But as I conclude in the last 10 seconds, we had a slogan. We just don't live like that. I would like all the members of Marketing Club to stand up, and then we just do our slogan, then we hand over. Led by Lion Tush. Please, please, come forward. Let's hurry. Team, who are we?
We are lions.
And we are
amazing.
And we do care, share, and serve.
Thank you very much. Ryan Chan. Okay.
That's indeed amazing. Marketing, we appreciate. Your presentation is amazing. And we are also amazing. Any contributions? We shall keep them for later. But for now, let's have another group presenting. Captain, you come with your chart or you with your stand? They all had their stand, so they can lift them up. We shall now go to membership. We are also amazing, right? You're not amazing. Membership is more than amazing. So we are now going to listen from membership group led by Lion Annette Chiseka.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Yes. Lion Annette Chiseka. Okay. We had a task of looking at the membership. And so, given our, let me have a look at the. I do not know whether I should look at the pre-assessment, or we speak about the pre-assessment that we had, or I just go straight to this. Okay. So it was about membership. The first was tasks, yeah? And we said the first task was inducting 900 new quality members. It's not about recruiting just members, but we're looking at 900 because this is our target as Uganda, as 411B, right? So, yes, we looked at that. And then the other task was retaining them, ensuring that when you recruit these quality members, you actually have the capacity of retaining them. It's not about recruiting and then before you know it, we have droppings that are more than even the recruitment that you did earlier. And then we looked at creating new Lions clubs. That is also one way of increasing our membership, but also looking at creating new Leo clubs, because we know that it's from these Leos that we are able to get subsequent members of Lions. Yeah, and then we came and looked at, we had very many, but we decided to stop at that because the tasks were many as well. Challenges or obstacles to this growth of membership. Number one, we looked at identifying new quality members. We know that some people do come, show interest in joining clubs, but they are not quality, just like the doctor intimated earlier, that she didn't know the meaning of quality, that at first it even offended her, because she could look at someone saying quality members and you're like, well, excuse us, what is this quality? But until she became a president, that is when you get to differentiate between who just an ordinary member is and a quality one, because that quality member comes with a lot. They'll pay their subscription, they'll be available when it comes to the times of doing activities, attending meetings, and everything that brings us together or defines what Lionism is all about. Number two, poor attendance of meetings and club activities. That was also another challenge. Yes, we have members, but they do not want to come for meetings. They do not want to come for activities. So you realize that at the end of the day, if they can't come for meetings, they practically do not know what is happening. And before you know it, they are actually dropping off because they do not know what the reason as to why they actually joined or what motivates them to actually stay. They are not part of us. Yeah? The other aspect was payment of club dues. Yes, many people want to be members of the Lions Club. But when it comes to payment of subscription, it's like a burden they don't want to carry. Yet we know that everything that runs in the club runs with funds. Yeah, we have obligations to fulfill at the district, we have obligations to fulfill at the international, and as such, we need to pay our subscription. That is a very serious challenge, which actually contributes to the droppings of the members. And then poor leadership. Yeah, someone raised this. I mean, I was saying what? But this is very, very crucial. I don't know whether it's happening elsewhere, but I would say clubs are experiencing this. That at one point in our club, we had some glitch when it came to leadership. And trust me, it affected us immensely. That at one time I had to cry out to Lion Tush, but Lion Tush, how do we do this? How do we deal with this? Just, a single leader creates a situation that makes people uncomfortable. And then you see they forget one thing, that this is a voluntary organization. I mean, you don't come to Lionism to earn. You come to serve. And so when you're dealing with fellow Lions, there's this kind of, level that you're supposed to stop at. Yeah? Even when you're telling them what to do, even when you're, commanding people around because you are a leader, there should be some kind of regulation. So yeah, if you have poor leaders, it may affect the membership growth. Because someone who drops off as a reason of, or as a result of a leader being toxic, they will go out there with what? They will spread and say, what? That eyo togenda yo, eyo bazibu zibu, you know, and it affects the club eventually. And then time management. People don't keep time. You say we are coming for a meeting, it should be 1 hour strictly. But then we agree that we are meeting at 6 p.m. And then someone shows up at 7 when you're just packing up, or you're actually very few that you can't form a quorum to actually start. And as a result, you find yourself starting late. Sometimes you don't even look at everything that you have on the agenda. And at the end of the day, it affects the entire work plan. Yeah. Lack of commitment to club's goals or work plans. Yeah. That's another issue. A president comes in with, you know, the work plan, showing you what they're supposed to do. And you're not committed to ensuring that the president actually achieves whatever they put down to achieve at the end of their tenure. Inadequate awareness about Lionism. This is also one thing that affects membership growth. Because if we do good things, but then we do not publish them out there for people to get to understand that we are actually doing these good things, then at the end of the day, who will want to join if they do not know the good things that you're doing? Yes, the other aspect was, one of the members brought up the issue of setting higher targets for clubs, districts, even international, which sometimes become unrealistic. Yeah? Like, yeah, that is also very important. Yeah? We set goals that we can actually achieve. Very, very important. Because if you look at it as if it is too big and unachievable, like you can't achieve it. And as a result, you kind of backtrack and you're not able to reach the goal. Possible solutions. Yeah? We looked for, when we came to the challenge of quality members, having good orientation, yeah? And also guiding lions. When you have really good guiding lions, you will have a strong club. You will have people coming in. I'll give testimony when it came to Lion, the late Lion Yesi. I'd jumped out of Lionism, I don't know when, and I'd failed to come back. But he was our guiding lion when it came to, guiding lion with Lion Tush when it came to Mukono. He fished me from when, Anetori Inkash. No, Zakushashura. You will repay. Even when I wasn't ready, Anet Orinka, and you know, before I knew it, I was being inducted as a charter member. So every time we have guiding lions that are really, really okay, and of course, constant orientations and trainings, yes, you can ably achieve the goal of quality members. And then the other aspect was giving targets to each member of the club to bring at least 1 or 2 new members. Like you agree, we are 24 in a club, and you're like, at least everyone bring 1. Yeah? Bring 1 quality member. And you put it as a target. Yeah? Sometimes it works, because we had one member from Kampala East, and she says they have that, and they've already started working on it. So I think we can all copy a leaf. Training club members, yeah? This is done by the Kasangati people. That you know, if Lion Chiseka is becoming inactive, you send, they are already trained to another active, very active lion. That the moment you start, you know, withdrawing, this active lion will come and say, excuse me, Chiseka, what is happening? Today we have this, the other day we didn't see you, what is it? And if there is something that is preventing them, then you can work around it, find a solution, and have the member back. Yeah, be each other's keeper in all aspects, yeah? Because caring, we share, we care, we serve, yeah? In all aspects, good times and bad times. When someone is sick and you don't even go there to check on them, and then tomorrow you're coming, hey, Banange, membership, excuse me, you're asking for membership fee, but yesterday I lost someone and you are not there for me. The other day I was sick, I wasn't able to move. You didn't come to my home to actually say, how are you? So do you expect this person to actually cling on to the club? They will not, because you were not there with them. When it comes to the good times, yes, be there. Someone is having a daughter getting married. For us in Mkono, we do it in a special way. They will organize a table in front for lions. No one sits on it. every good thing will come at that table. Yeah? And so you really, really participate when it comes to such social events. And then caring, welfare fund, delegation. Someone mentioned delegation. If you are a leader and perhaps, delegation celebrating members' achievements, yes. Delegate, it's also one way of, helping the others actually sit into your shoes. As a leader, if you move out, I don't know whether this one I've explained it quite well. And then celebrating members' achievements, very, very important. When someone hits a milestone, you celebrate it together. Poor attendance, this was a challenge, and the solution was every member should belong to a committee. You find all your members belonging to specific committees, and it helps them to actually be active. At the end of the day, you may be able to achieve all the goals. Assigning the 2 vice presidents. Someone mentioned that these 2 are here, first vice president, second. They practically, they are there in a mode that I hear prepares them for leadership, but they are not active. So he was suggesting that we attach certain, activities or tasks, roles we tag them onto those specific roles to ensure that they achieve at least something at the end of the day. And then meeting rotation to different homes of lions that are comfortable with it, We know that one thing that actually can chase away a member is by insisting that you're going to their place for a meeting, Someone is not ready to host you, but you're there saying, whoa, today we are going to, and it is home. Excuse me, I am active, but I may not be comfortable. But for those, there are those that are really, really comfortable. You tell them we are coming to your home, they'll say, yeah, and then they will prepare for you. We've had that in Mukono. Entirely, and you're like, how could you do this without even asking us to contribute? And someone has done everything for you. I have how many minutes? Having regular fellowships and swallowships, very, very important. Payment of club dues, creation of circles as a club, you can do that. Payment in installments, like you structure up something and you say by this time every member should have paid at least this much. And by the end of the Lionistic year, obviously, or by the time you go for the convention, at least people have paid. Having proper accountability, very, very important. If you cannot account as, for example, a treasurer, and people are disgruntled, they do not know how you're using their money, you contribute and you do not come to tell us, today we collected this much and we used it like this. It kind of demoralizes, and people do not want to pay because they don't know what you're using their money for. Recognizing members that have paid, recognize them. Every time someone pays, put it on their page. We thank so-and-so for paying this much towards subscription. Rewarding those paying on time. And Irene, I think was the first to pay in our club. And the treasurer, I don't know whether they've handed her the gift or something, but she was the first. And she's waiting for her gift. Constant reminders to members to pay up. Very, very important. You may think that members are in the know, they know this is my obligation. But trust me, when it comes to money that is coming out, if you do not remind the people, sometimes they will never pay. So constant reminders are you don't say, hey, this is an adult, I'm dealing with an adult. They know their responsibilities. We constantly remind them, And for these ones, I think they're almost the same. Now, for the members of the membership, please come over. We also copied something very fast. And Lion Florence is the queen.
In the meantime, let's reward these members with a clap as we are taking a photo.
Come here. We take a photo very fast and okay?
But you'll be rewarding them with a clap.
Okay. And what is the slogan? First the slogan? Yes.
She's here to start. Yes, as membership group, we have a slogan, and here we go. Mission 1.5, are we ready?
Yes!
Mission 1.5, are we ready?
Yes!
Mission 1.5, we are ready.
Yes!
Thank you, thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Challenge accepted. Another round of applause for membership team. And one of the ideas they brought that we need to keep reminding members to pay their dues. So now I'm going to continue to keep reminding you to keep time. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome our keynote speaker on personal branding principles and techniques, Madame Sandra. You're very welcome. We shall be listening to her later. Okay, I beg your pardon. We are going to continue, but this time let's keep time. And we are now going to services. Services, come and make your presentation. We need to keep time because our keynote speaker is in the house, and we don't want to waste her time. Services. Let's keep the tempo. And keep time. It's part of what we're trying to do as leaders. Other, thank you very much, membership. We do really appreciate. I hope you'll be able to share your presentation.
Good afternoon, Lions and Leos. Here with the service group, and we are going to present in relation to the goal that we were given. And my colleague here will go first. I will come later.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, we are here to... my name is Atkwasa Celine, and we are here to present about service. Service in the Lions Club. So basically, service is like giving back to the community. So we had a number of tasks, but before the tasks, we have our goal statement, which is recruitment of 150 members who are new voices and 50 family members. So among the tasks that we have, the first one was identifying the people to serve in the community. So this will include going to the communities, identifying the problems that people have in communities so that we can come and think about these problems, choose the most pressing problem, and go and work on it in the very given community through the Lions services. And the next task is, how much funding do we need to go and do this community service? We realize funding is very important because we can't really do anything without money or capital or funding. We can't go to communities and serve them if we don't have the sufficient funds. And the next task is, who do we partner with? Allocating members to execute the services, or the people amongst ourselves, they can be Leos or Lions, that are going to these communities to execute the given services, to do the given tasks. Then we have inviting the well-wishers in the given society to be part of the service. We really can't be sufficient enough to do these services on our own in communities. We need community members. We need to engage with the leaders in communities to get us those members in the communities that we are supposed to work with so that we can execute our given tasks or give them our services. Also, we have sensitizing the public through social media platforms such as TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, and most of us here use WhatsApp, but not everyone is on WhatsApp. You can't get everyone's contact on WhatsApp. So some convenient apps can be Twitter, TikTok. Some still use Facebook, which is also very convenient and efficient when it comes to communicating with communities. Then knowing your members in terms of profession, interests, and capabilities. As we all know, this club has members in different professions. We have doctors, we have those in the arts, we have those in business. So when we realize the different professions that we have, the interests and capabilities of our members, we shall be able to identify our strengths so that we can serve our people very well in the societies that we go to. Then our next task is team building or fellowships. For example, we can get a time in a month or in a year when we can all meet as Lions members. Maybe we can go to one's family, we can organize something small, meet up, engage, and get to know what we can do better in our societies in terms of service. So given the tasks that I've already mentioned, we've outlined the challenges that we feel that we always face and the challenges that we believe we might face if we go out there to execute the given services. So among these include prioritizing the services to offer, identifying the most pressing need in a given society. Yeah, in most cases, you go to a society, you'll be thinking that maybe these people need water, but when in actual sense they need health services. For you, you'll just look at the general problem. You'll be like, maybe they need water. You don't go back to the roots to identify the very deepest problem that these people are facing. So we just go out there and give people services that they don't need the most, instead of first digging deep and identifying the very biggest problem that these people are facing. Also, another problem that we face is the communities usually expect a lot from us. For example, you might find some people be wanting financial assistance, and for them to work with us, they expect us to give them money so that they can work with us. They feel like Lions Club maybe has a lot of money that they can give to us so that we can collaborate with them in executing their services. Then we also have an issue of inadequate finances. This is a really pressing problem, but we believe it will be sorted as according to how my colleague will address you. Then identifying potential partners. Some partners really promise things that they can't fulfill. So we really need to know the people we are collaborating with, the people we are partnering with, so that we can be able to serve our people in the most appropriate way. Then most people do not want to take responsibility. This goes to the Lions and Leos in the group. Some people do not really want to stand out and go to serve in the communities. They want to take the back seat and leave the work to the rest of their fellows. Then lack of commitment from the community members and the Lions group. This one goes in hand with this one, responsibility and commitment. Some members are really not committed to service. Then bias on social media, which is actually a great tool when it comes to mobilization of people to take part in service. Some of us still have bias on social media. For example, you find like some of our members do not want to go to TikTok because they feel they are going to see naked people or they are indecent humans. So they really don't want to engage on TikTok or any other social media platforms because they feel those ones are for young people. Then unwillingness of Lion members to participate in impactful service activities. This is in line with lack of commitment among the Lion members. Then failure of the members to apply their expertise. For example, you might find someone is a doctor, but they really don't want to refer us to the specific hospital or specific pharmacy where we can go and get like medicine that we can take to communities to help the people there. Then unwillingness of members to organize and be part of the team building engagements. Some of us be complaining that we are always busy, we can't really turn up, but it's not really hard for us to create time to engage with our fellows so that we can be able to extend the services that we are supposed to extend to our communities. Yeah, so my fellow is going to take you through the solutions to these challenges.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm going to talk about the possible solutions to these challenges, and I will also share with you the action plan that we have developed. As the service group, we have resolved or found it that we need to have impactful service activities that can be able to attract other members so that they come and join us, and we do more service that can attract more members, so the cycle goes on and on. And the solution number one is that we as Lions and Leos should prioritize the pressing needs of the communities that we are going to serve. Because if people need water and you take something else, yes, they need the food, they need the other commodities, but this is the pressing need. It is an activity that you have done, but it may not be impactful to the level when you touch their pressing need. Number two, concerning finances, we are supposed to carry out fundraisers in all ways possible through fundraising dinners, marathons, reaching out to corporations and other agencies that can be able to support. Then we also need to have strategies on how we are going to approach and engage potential partners, because as we go out to do impactful service activities, we need potential partners on board. We need to reach out to, we need to come up with those strategies that are going to help us get those partners through the connections we have as members in the professions we fall in and all the other. Also, the Lions should move out of the comfort zones, most especially those that are not participating in the activities, as the challenge has been mentioned, where some members don't take up the responsibility. So they should come out and take part of these activities, take the responsibility. In that way, we can be able to have impactful service that can be able to attract other people that are going to come and join us, not going for an activity when there are only 2 people that are offering the service. Clear explanation to the public what we do. This is also very important, because at times, as she has mentioned, the communities may think that Lions have a lot of money. Now, whenever they organize an activity, you're supposed to look out of a way how you're going to benefit financially. No, we are supposed to tell them what we do. This is voluntary work, and also in that way inspire and improve interests of other members in the community, and also improve the commitment of the members. Then members that have a bias on social media, this is very important, because if an activity that is impactful is shared on social media and it has only 3 likes and no one has commented, really? So we need to improve on that bias, and we share, we comment. When you comment, that means everyone that follows you can see, even if they are not a Lion, even if they are another member in the community. They will see what you've commented about. If they are interested, then they will reach out to you. You like and you share. So that, and when you do that, you create traffic. More people see it. Even if I don't follow you, but the person I follow watched the video or saw the image, even other people will see, even if they are not exactly those who follow you. Then Lions should also, this goes to those that have the unwillingness to participate, they should come and participate in the activities. The experts, let the expertise, yes, be used in these impactful service activities that are going to inspire others to come and join us. Then members should also strongly volunteer to organize team building sessions, host home hospitalities, etc. This is the action plan. On task number 1, we have resolved as a group that the responsible officers and club members should look out for these tasks, implement them, and then we have also come up with indicators that are going to help to know the progress that you have attained. Identifying the people to serve communities or the need. We have set the deadline as 30th October. Leaders responsible, club presidents, service chairpersons, and new voices coordinators. Indicator, number of communities that you have identified and the respective pressing need. Who to partner with, that is task 2, 30th November 2024. Club presidents are responsible, service chairpersons, secretaries, PSTs, voice, and the new voices. Indicator 1, number of organizations that you have identified that we can partner with. Then the people in the community. They could be leaders, they could be other people within the community. Then the next task is allocating lions to execute the activities. 30th October this year, PSTs are responsible, our dear DG, GMT, GST, and all the new voices coordinators. We should have members that have been allocated in execution of these activities. Indicator, how many activities have you executed? List of members that are supposed to execute these activities. Inviting well-wishers from the communities that we live in. We tend to have different need points in the communities that we live in. These points of need have other people that reach out to them. Let's say a hospital or an orphanage. People that reach out to these need points, they may not be lions. So we can as well invite them when we have a cause or a project that we're going to carry out. So deadline for this one is 30th November. All lions and leos should participate in this one. PSTs, service chairperson, new voices, numbers of well-wishers invited, response from the well-wishers, those are the indicators. Sensitizing the public about the activities we do. This should be progressive up to the end of April next year. Marketing chairs, PSTs, club ICT officers, new voices. On this one, indicator is number of people sensitized. I'm finalizing, remaining with 2. Knowing your members, this is important. 30th October. Responsible leaders, GMT, membership chairs, PST, new voices, identifying and grouping members according to their professions, interests, capabilities. That is the indicator for that one. Lastly, team building and fellowships by 31st January 2025. PSTs, service chairpersons, new voices, indicator, number of team building activities organized, and the number of lions attending the team building sessions and fellowship. Thank you very much for listening to me. I would like to invite my team, and we close out this.
Services, let's go. You have only 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Hey, 30 seconds to of the photo. So the cameraman.
As we conclude our presentation,
Cameraman, come and start taking pictures.
I expected, according to the core principle of our organization, to have many more lions in this service group. Unfortunately, we were very few, but we have done our best. And let me ask Leo Biarhanga to lead us in our slogan as a service group.
Yes, so our slogan, we are going to start. Lions. 1, 2, 3, we go. Lions, we care. We share. Lions, we serve. We are repeating. 1, 2, 3, we go. Lions, we care. Lions, we share. And lions, we serve. Yes, make your mark.
Thank you very much, service. Team, you've actually made your mark. We appreciate. Now, apologies to the leadership team. Apologies to the leadership team. We'll do the presentation later. As leaders, we need to keep time. Since our keynote speaker is here and she came on time and her time is now, we are going to listen to her, and then in agreement with the team leader, we are going to do your presentation later, and then we do the discussion. Now I'm going to invite our past district governor, Lion John Bosco Ntangare, to do the honor of introducing our keynote speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Tema. Good afternoon, fellow Lions and Rios. Our presenter was supposed to be CPA Sandra Bate, but she lost a father-in-law, and she's due for burial, but we have a very good replacement. When you are doing these things, you always have plan B. So with us is CPA Lilian Katiso. She's a financial management consultant and QuickBooks trainer, a certified entrepreneur trainer and consultant by Regent University Center for Entrepreneurship. She holds an MBA from Edinburgh Business School of Heriot-Watt University. She's a fellow of the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, which is FCCA, and a member of the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Uganda. She holds a Bachelor of Commerce Accounting degree. Lilian is passionate about supporting small and medium enterprises and seeing them thrive and be sustainable ventures. For this reason, she supports business owners and mentors them to set up sustainable financial business management systems. Lilian is here. She will not be paid. She is here on pro bono basis. And her pro bono work through various blogs and articles and the ACCA Uganda Outstanding Contribution, the Accountancy and Finance Profession Award in 2016. So she's a lion at large. I'm sure she's serving elsewhere. Lilian is a former chair of the ACCA Uganda Network panel, and she was among the judges for the CFO Awards. CFO is the Chief Finance Officer Awards for 2022 and 2023. Lilian, you need to listen to this, has featured among the top 40 under 40 most elite, inspirational, and influential women of 2017 in Uganda. Now, I invited Lilian because I know she has a brand. So Lilian is a co-founder and managing director of Zadok Associates. She's also a proprietor and CEO of Maua and More, a garden center business born out of her childhood gardening hobby. She may give us a bit of that as she talks. She's a board member of Kampala Music School. Are there musicians here? Hey, clap for that. I was talking to Lion Mposa. He said he was in the MDD department for 1 year, but he dropped out because he couldn't sing. She's a board member and treasurer Business Professional Women Association and a past president of Business Network International, Prosper chapter. Fellow Lions and Rios, join me to welcome Lillian to talk to us about personal branding.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. Good afternoon. So they are called lions? Leos. So who are Leos? It's my first time to attend a Lions Club event. So Leos are the youth. Oh, that's good. So you have good succession planning. That's very good. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. When he invited me yesterday, he called me yesterday evening. I was running a training. And then he said, we want you to be the dangerous substitute for Sandra Bate. And I was like, okay, so the topic, he said the topic. Now, I am an accountant by profession. So most of the time I talk about accounting, finance management, business, personal finance. I normally don't talk about what? Branding, yeah? So I asked him, so why did you ask me to talk about branding? I'm not a branding ambassador. So he said, okay, so that you have confidence that this accountant is going to teach you something, one or two things. I thought maybe we indulge a bit this afternoon. So all of us have data. We have internet, at least for the hotel. And we have smartphones. We do? Okay, fine. So I want us to do a small, indulge me just a bit, if you don't mind, since you've never heard of me before. Okay, so if you go to Google, are we all together? I'm assuming you're allowed to get your phones, right? Okay, so let's go to Google. We're on Google? Okay, so you're going to type, I think you can spell the name, Lillian Katiso. Just type it on Google. It's part of the training, it's part of the session, so don't mind. Okay, so you've typed Lillian Katiso. Lillian is single L, L-I-L-I-A-N, then K-A-T-I-S-O. Have you typed? You have, eh? Well, it brings some things, right? Does it? Okay, so it brings a picture. Okay, so the first part that brings you, let me see who I am near. Okay. You are not on the internet. You're there. Okay, so you are on the all, yeah? There's another tab next that is images. You're on images, I can see. So the first tab is on all, that has links to LinkedIn and everything, right? Then the next tab is for images. No, still from Google. So when you go to images, it brings all these images of, are we together? Now what I want you to do is now to Google your name. Okay? You know your name, I don't know your name, so Google your name. Google your name, it's fun. Have you Googled your name? There's no information. How many have found their names and some information there somewhere? Oh, awesome. Yes, that's nice. Okay. I think, sorry, your name? Okay, yeah. So those, wow, nice. Okay, so people have found themselves on Google. Nice. Good. Okay. So now those ones who found themselves on Google, it means you have some online presence. Yeah? You have some online footprint. And now in this era and age, if you don't have an online footprint, if your name cannot be found by Google, it's as good as not being existing. I hope I'm not offending anybody, but I'm just saying, seriously, if in this day and age you cannot be found on Google, it means therefore opportunities can come and pass you by because no one knows you. Even Google doesn't know that you exist. Yeah? In my consultancy work, I've got a lot of consultancy work just from Google. People call me, They don't know me, but they were Googling maybe a financial consultant, and then my name pops up in the list, and then they engage me. Are we together? Now that is just one but of the many ways of personal branding, okay? There's the online footprint, which is an equalizer for all of us. You can be online, especially as Lions, you are contributing to different causes. It means when you go for a Lion, like now this one, have you posted yourself? You are in a meeting, you post, I am attending this thing. You know, you're creating your footprint online. Even now, recruiters, when they're recruiting, at least me when I'm recruiting my staff, after they've brought their CV, I go and Google their name. I Google their name, I see what brings the profiles that come with their names. So there's one who I actually didn't give a job because the things that I found that were accompanying their name on Facebook, I didn't want to identify with any of that. Are we together? So your brand goes before you. In your absence in the room, it speaks for you. Are we together? So what is branding? Branding is simply defining and expressing your value, the value that you attract, opportunities, the value that will attract opportunities that align with your authentic self. Okay? Think of it like crafting a brand for yourself, the same way you have, like you think of toothpaste right now. Which brands come to your, if you want a toothpaste, yeah? Which brands come to your mind? Colgate, yeah? And then some people say, I want the Colgate of Close-Up. I mean, Colgate is a separate brand, but because they're thinking toothpaste is Colgate, it has become synonymous to a toothpaste. Are we together? So it should be such a way that when someone calls your name, it is synonymous to something that they know. That is the power of branding. Personal branding is intentional and strategic practice of defining and expressing your value. So it doesn't happen by chance. You have to be intentional about creating your online footprint, be intentional about creating your physical footprint. Now in this Lions Club, if there are leadership opportunities that come and you don't take them up, there are serving opportunities that come, you don't take them up. There's an event that is coming and you don't show up. How will you create your presence? People know you for good for what? Yeah? So when there's an event and then you come and volunteer as an event organizer, people see therefore you have your event organizing strength, and next time they want an event that is a paid up event, not pro bono, they can actually call you for that. I speak a lot on pro bono, but most of my consultancy work actually comes from those pro bono work later on. Yeah? So service is a good place to build your personal brand. It is the amalgamation of the associations, beliefs, feelings, attitudes, and expectations that people collectively hold about you. There must have been an expectation that Lion JB held about me for him to risk calling me yesterday evening to invite me to come and speak before you. Now for each and every one of us, that's the challenge that we have. What is the opinion that people form about you? Your fellow club members, what opinion do they form about you? Your people in your village, in your neighborhood, in your workplace, what do they form about you? And it all starts and ends with purpose. How many of us know what our purpose is? Some. Okay. So some of us know what our purpose is. But for those who do not know what their purpose is, it's very hard for you to define your personal brand if you do not know your purpose. Okay? Because it is in knowing your purpose that then you say, okay, do I accept this particular thing? Now, if I did not know my purpose, when JB called me yesterday, I would not have accepted to come and speak to you today. But because one of my purposes is to enlighten people, to get knowledge to them, then it's not limited to financial knowledge, but any other type of knowledge. So today we are talking about personal branding. Normally, because of my accounting and professional background, I tend to talk more about financial management and business management. But at the end of the day, I'm impacting knowledge to other people. So whichever platform I get, I do that, okay? And in this case, it's because I know what my purpose is in life. So in your case, if you're still finding your purpose, it is an intersection of the hobbies and the passions that you have, the skills and the natural talents that you have, the life experiences, the personal transformation and problems that you've solved. All these things make who you are. as a lump sum. And now when they all intersect together, what you do, what do you love doing, and what are you good at? Those are some of the questions you ask yourself. What is important to you? What do you care for? What do you love? What do you protect? And another question to ask yourself is, what can you offer that the world needs and get paid for it? That is now on the other side, when now you go into consultancy and you're building your career around it. Now the intersection of all those three things coming together is what forms your purpose. And when you've defined all that together, now you have your brand. You start establishing your brand. I don't think someone will call me to go and do a chef competition, because I'm not known anywhere for cooking and anything like that. If you go through my profile online, there will be nothing to do with cooking and anything like that, because that is not the footprint that I've put online. But online, they will call me about business management, financial management, and about plants, as I'm going to tell you shortly. Okay? So what are the key principles of personal branding? Okay, in the interest of time, I'll just walk through them briefly, and then we'll go into the details of the techniques of that. Define your purpose. And I've given you a basic framework that can help you to define your purpose. Identify your values, your goals, and what makes you unique. As many as we are, all of us, our fingerprints are unique. All of us, our irises are unique. The same way you are also uniquely created for who you are. But that which you are sets you apart and makes you different, but also becomes a differentiator for your purpose. Number 2, audit your personal brand equity. If now you've Googled yourself and you found that your name is appearing in some places that you don't want your name to appear, it means you have to do brand audit and re-strategize yourself. Do you want to be found in clubs hanging? Okay, if you are the party, life of the party, maybe that's what you want to be represented. But if it is not your brand that you want to take out there, then you should do a brand audit and make sure that you're representing yourself properly. Okay? What is your current brand? Consider your credentials, your social capital. Lion Club is part of your social capital. Your cultural capital, all that is put in consideration. Then construct a narrative. Compile stories that illustrate your value proposition. What do you exist to be, or what do you want to be known for? Because when you become deliberate, you'll end up attracting those opportunities to deliver only on that, okay? So you have to be deliberate about the narrative that you're compiling, that you're putting across, whether on social media or offline as well. Number 4, communicate and embody your brand. You cannot say that you're one thing and then whatever comes out is a different thing altogether, as if you're a bipolar a bipolar personality, okay? So you have to communicate something that is consistent with your brand. Socialize your brand. Share your values with other people who are in different spheres of influence, because it is them who will promote you even in your absence. Reevaluate, adjust, and continuously check that your brand is consistent with your values. If you had one incident that spoiled your brand image, how then do you redeem your brand image? Okay? So I'm going to go more into details on the techniques of personal branding. And we are going to look at visual branding, content creation, storytelling, networking, personal websites or portfolio, consistency, authenticity, and measurement and adjustment. Okay? So I'll go a bit into detail on each of those, and then I'm going to wind up because my time was not a lot. Okay, those who are taking, I can proceed? Okay, so the first technique is visual branding. Have you ever gone to look for someone? Assume you Googled someone for a professional service, and then you go and you find them there in very scanty clothes, right? And you are inviting them to come and speak in a very important meeting. Your brand representation online goes before you even in your absence. And in this era of the, as we call it, is it the fourth, revolution of being on the internet age, you cannot escape being online. For those of you who are not found online, please make an effort to be found online, even if it is from this event. But one of the things that you have to put forth is, what is the photo that you have there? Do you make an effort at least to go and take a professional photo for your social media spaces, especially LinkedIn, because it is a professional space. Facebook is a bit relaxed, so you don't necessarily have to have a professional photo on Facebook, but it depends on what you want to have. On other social media forums, depends on what you want to promote in those social media forums. Please put something that is relevant for that forum. As an accountant, as a financial consultant, I cannot put a very flamboyant photo on my LinkedIn profile because it will not represent my brand. Okay? If you are using your personal brand also as a business, so for me, I have my personal brand, but I also have my businesses that I run, Zadok Associates and Mao and Mo. So they have their unique different color palettes. But there are some people who, they are also the business. If you are also the business, then it means, therefore, you create your own sort of logo, your brand colors. And you'll find that those people will keep on wearing the same brand color. If you're a motivational speaker or transformational speaker or whatever speaker you are, and that is what you are, your speaking engagement is your entire business, it means, therefore, you have to deliberately, consistently wear your brand. But then, if it is different, like for me now, when I'm representing Zadok Associates, it's different from when I go and represent the more relaxed Mao and Mo business. Mao and Mo has the colors there are more orange, and yeah, you see I have orange. More orange and green because it is more of like flowers and the greenery. Yeah? Okay? So you have to know what are you representing with your brand. Content creation is one of the very good ways of creating a brand presence. In 2016, okay, before 2016, so let me start a bit earlier. So I used to work for an international NGO, and one of the jobs, my job involved going to different businesses to set up their accounting and financial management systems. So April 2016, I remember, I walked into the office and my boss told me, the job has come to an end. Yes, you know those NGO jobs, they are subject to funding. So my contract was a 5-year contract, but subject to funding, the funding was ending in the 3rd year. So I had 3 months notice. At least I was lucky to have 3 months notice. Some people don't have any notice, their job just ends. So for me, I had 3 months notice to leave my job. But before this job came to an end, I had deliberately created a journey of blogging. Over the 3 years, every Monday, I used to write a blog on accounting and business management. So by the time this job came to an end, I already had a pipeline of potential clients to go and work with. And all this, I was doing it on a blog, on Facebook, after work hours or in the evening over the weekend. What I'm just trying to say is that you can create your brand presence outside your normal working hours. Even over the weekend, over leisure, you can create your online presence. And from that, I was able to get other jobs, so I was not scared of my work ending because I had already created an online presence. So I started mostly by blogging. Okay, then later on, I was writing articles and things like that. Now for you, you might not be a writer. You can choose something else. There's all these video content creations that people do. There are people who just humor us. Okay, I'm not on TikTok, but all of my business is on TikTok, so I can see through there once in a while. But I'm made to know there's a lot of entertainment happening. If you're gifted in entertainment, how then do you do that? Most of my content is on LinkedIn and Facebook and Twitter. But last week, I think 2 weeks ago, a lady approached me, and she told me she does financial literacy, but on TikTok, and I was so amused. Now, she's using that platform to still create content that markets her business. I'm just saying there's no forum that you cannot use. You just have to decide what is the content that you're going to use, to put across, but who also is your target audience? You find them there. So now she becomes known for that. Currently, this week, we started this training, Business Finance Simplified. Is a course that I'm running for 5 weeks. But do you know this one came out of writing blogs? One time, I just used to write every Monday things you can improve on your business. Then people will start inboxing me, can you be my mentor? Can you come and help me with my business? Then I said, because I cannot mentor one-on-one so many people, I created a course that they will come together and I train them. Okay? So you see how your brand can go before you. The first cohort that I did was 2018, and I had 27 participants coming through. And it's just because of the online presence that they had seen that they will trust that my maiden program, they actually showed up, and I had content to give them. Why? I had created thought leadership on the internet. Now for you, depending on what, so that's on the professional side. For you, I appreciate you could be doing something else, baking or something else. It doesn't have to be on the professional side. For your personal branding, can be anything else. For more and more, as it was said, it is a passion that I started, a hobby that I started when I was 9 years old. It is now a 10-year-old business. But then how did it start? I just used to take photos of flowers from my garden and post them online. Just for fun. I was just doing it for fun every week. And I'll post plant of the week. Then one week I did not post, and someone asked me, where is the plant for the week this week? I'm like, oh, kumbe actually people are following. I didn't know people were following. Then one time someone asked me, do you sell flowers? I wasn't selling flowers, of course. I was just having fun. But then I was like, by the time they think I'm selling flowers, maybe I should think about it. I went and bought a dozen pots, and I potted some plants. I bought another 2 dozen, I potted some plants. I potted 100 pots of plants. Later on, I filled my compound, outside my compound. 10 years later, I have 3 outlets selling plants. I have 3 outlets, 2 at Garden City, 1 at Metroplex Mall. But it started from just posting on social media and people believing on my story. I will tell them about the story. I'm now employing more than 25 people, directly and indirectly. I'm just saying that social media is a place that you can create your brand presence, that people can buy your products and services. I never thought that my flowers will actually end up making business and employ people. So being deliberate, storytelling, okay? So most of the time I'm just telling my story. On my social media posts, I'll tell a story. This happened, and then whatever. So you put your wins out there. I belong to Business Network International, and we meet every week at 6:30 in the morning to discuss business, to talk about each other's business, support each other's business. And every time I get a certificate, so they give a certificate for different things. And every time I get a certificate, that photo doesn't go to waste. I post it online. Yeah? I post it online. So people are like, oh, actually, this one is a giver. They'll seek me out and want to associate with me and come support my business. Okay? So share testimonials. How has Lions Club transformed your life? How has it made you a better person? How has it made you a bolder person? How has it made you a friendlier person? I mean, how has it improved your life? Those are some of the stories that you share online. The different projects that you do at Lions Club, all those are opportunities for you to post online. Then eventually people will say, oh, this person is really service-oriented, and they give you opportunities to deliver on such. Networking is very, very important. I believe you have a lot of networking opportunities as Lions Club, and this is one of them. Right now you're networking, and when you network, of course, you see each other's strengths and sharpen each other's strengths. You can attend, so you've attended a conference workshop, so all of you who are here already, you are doing very well that you've attended this workshop. But then how do you attend others, beyond Lions Club and others? Because for you, I heard one of the things you're talking about is getting other lion members, okay? But you have to go outside the Lions Club to network with other people, then you bring them there, yeah? You cannot now bring the same people that are already in the room. You have to find other people elsewhere. Visit BNI, meet the 400 members that we are in Uganda, bring some of us here. CPA, I think CPA, JB, we met at ICPAU workshops. So from there, you also get other people coming this way. So you have to find other ways of networking if you want to grow your club. There are online communities. Actually, both my businesses were born out of Facebook communities. So I joined Facebook, I still remember, 1st of August 2014, and I was seeing people are in groups, people are in all these things. So I joined a group, but that group was for business people. They're busy selling. And then one day I asked, so you people are selling, do you know if you're making a profit? And that was the launch pad for my posting every Monday for the consultancy that I'm doing right now. So networking is very important. Some I'll leave for you to ask any questions in case I don't go into detail too much. Having your personal website is also key. the first, I think that was 2014, 2014 September. So I was helping someone, okay, I'm going to cut the story short. I helped someone to get strawberry seedlings. She was a newspaper editor, so she came home to pick my strawberry seedlings. She loved my garden, and she decided, I'm going to write a story about your garden. So one Wednesday morning, I think September 2014 Wednesday, I wake up, no, this 2013, I think. I opened the monitor, center spread, and there was Katiso's rainbow-themed garden. Like, wow, how can a hobby take me to the newspaper? Anyway, that was a journey of starting to write more story of that. But the point I'm trying to say is, if now you want to look me out, to talk to me, how will you know which? There are many Lillian Katisos online. On Facebook, on LinkedIn, and on different places. Now, sometimes when I'm looking for people, I can't find the right person because the image they have on LinkedIn is different from the image they have on Facebook. So what we recommend is, at least across those serious platforms, I don't know about TikTok, I'm not there, but my same profile photo that I have on LinkedIn is the same profile photo I have on Facebook. So that if you go and search Lillian on Facebook, you will go through the many Lillians that are there, and you see that photo, and you're like, oh, this is the Lillian that I'm looking to follow. Are we together? So how is your brand's presence cutting across the different platforms that you are in? Okay? Another way is to have a blog. I think on my earlier days, I set up a blog. I was calling it the Accounting Gardener, because I have my accounting profession and my gardening passion. And that was where I was bringing together a lot of the different things together. You may not necessarily set up a blog, but you can set a website if you want to do it professionally. But there are different things now that we have macro websites that LinkedIn allows us to have, Facebook allows us to have. All these different places are for you to do micro websites for your personal self. That you write your own story instead of someone writing your own story. The reason I started writing my own story is because this lady from Monitor, for 10 consecutive Wednesdays, she was writing a story about my garden. And I said, she's writing my story. Why don't I write my own story? So I decided I'm going to start writing my own story. And that is how I got the culture of writing. If it is just a paragraph, I will write. Every week, I wrote until I got the award that they had mentioned earlier. Okay? So in your different profiles, you can do cross-linking so that if I post something on LinkedIn, I can cross-link my other profiles as well. Consistency is very, very important. Don't post one in a blue moon. If you decide that you're posting on LinkedIn, how consistently can you post on LinkedIn? If you decide that Facebook is your place to go, how consistently do you don't have to post so many times in a day, but just say, I am posting every week. Consistently, you're posting every week. I'm posting once a month. I'm consistently doing that. But also, the content in one post should be consistent with your content in another post so that you don't end up looking like, is this the same? You know, some people who they have dual life. Their life on LinkedIn is different from their life on Facebook. Yet nowadays, they're recruiting people. And not just the recruiting people, even people who give you consultancy work. They go and check you across the different divides. In the last 12 months, I've been working with the University of Chicago Business School, and they needed someone to train CFOs in Uganda to support about 150 SMEs. When someone shared my profile with them, you know what they did? They went and checked me out. They checked me out, and they went to my YouTube channel, and they found some trainings that I had done and I had posted. Now, when they watched the training, they're like, this is the person who can go and train the CFOs. And I got a contract for 18 months to just do that, Yeah? So I'm just telling you the power of your online footprint is very important. But then there's this one. The authenticity of who you are. I am a gardener by passion. Before I became an accountant, I was a gardener. The time someone told me, why don't you choose to either just be an accountant or a gardener? I'm like, no, I cannot choose. I'm like a two-sided coin. I mean, a coin has a tail and a head, right? If you saw a coin only with a head, it will not be a coin without the tail. The same way, we should not sacrifice our professions, our life, because we are professionals. You can't say, now, me, I'm an accountant, I've forgotten everything else in life. But you can be the accountant. Now, for me, I'm the accounting gardener. You can be the accounting singer, the accounting comedian, the accounting chef, the accounting anything. I meet so many accountants doing so many interesting things out there. But that is what makes you a whole you. Remember, it is your personal brand. What is that differentiates? I'm using accounting as an example because that's what I belong to. What makes me different from all the other 3,000? How many are they, JB? How many accountants are in Uganda? Are they 3,000, 4,000? 5,000 now. So what makes me different from all the other 5,000 accountants we have in Uganda? What makes you different from all the other people in your profession in Uganda? That is what is your authentic self. Okay? So if you're gifted in singing, don't try to sing in the choir. If you're in the choir. If you're the ones who go to the bar, don't try doing karaoke there. Are we together? So they're the gift that God has gifted you. Do not abandon it just because you have a career. You can run your career and still do the other thing. There's a story, I can't remember her name, but I posted it on LinkedIn some years back. So this lady, she's an accountant. She was doing mergers and acquisitions for some high-end banks in the US. But now there's a deal that was supposed to go through, and she was having a challenge to go through with that deal. But then in that boardroom, she started talking about her singing and all that stuff. But one of the key decision makers also loved music. Now that melted the ice that was in the room, and she got the deal. Well, I'm just saying, sometimes the other thing that is not your profession makes a way for you. There's some places I've gone to offices to deliver plants, but then we end up getting jobs for financial consultancy. Some places I've gone to do financial consultancy, then I get jobs for my flower business. I'm just saying, don't box yourself in one thing, but create that thing that makes you different, your signature, which is you. I think my time is up. Measure and adjust. If you're not getting recognized for what you're doing, then you know something is not right. Either you're not networking enough, you're not networking with the right people, you're not being in the right place at the right time, you're not just doing the right thing. So find how to get feedback. How do you get feedback? Through endorsements. When people call you to go and express your talent, when people call you to express your skill, that is a validation that you're in the right place. I think 2 days ago, someone called me and said, we have an event on Saturday morning. Can you come and moderate the event for us? And I was thinking, So I asked them, what is the event about? Blah, 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 blah. Okay, I said, okay, since Saturday morning, there's nothing I'm doing. I'll come and moderate. This morning, I was doing a moderation for a 2-hour event. But what happened is that the speaker had problem. It was an online thing. The speaker had a network problem. The speaker from Nigeria. So I think apparently there's something in Nigeria, so they're having a challenge with their network. So after 20 minutes, the speaker we could not hear anymore. But I had to run the session. But now, was I able to run the session? Because of the previous exposures that I've had on moderation. But also, because they trusted that I could be able to deliver on that, I rode on their courage and their trust and their belief in me. But they would not have called me, they would have called anybody else. But that call 2 days ago made me speak before 115 people this morning. So there's someone in that room who did not know Lillian Katiso, but today they have known Lillian Katiso, what she does, the consultancy she does. That's an opportunity to build a brand. Are we together? If yesterday I did not accept the call from JB, I would not have come to meet all you wonderful people, who I hope I will get to know more later on. So you can create your unique value. That which makes you stand out from the rest. By determining your unique value and living it in a way that promotes it, you can be known for your defining attributes. The reputation that helps you attract opportunities, career, and align your life to your authentic self. When you're authentic and you have your unique value, you can attract projects, as I've given you some examples. You can attract promotions, attract job opportunities, consulting opportunities. You can attract different things. By spreading your knowledge and your unique differentiators, you'll become a go-to person, highly sought out professional, or whatever your field might be. Okay? So connect. Your uniqueness can connect you to other people with common interests or even divergent interests, but bring you together for opportunities such as this one this afternoon. Remember, personal branding is an ongoing process. It doesn't stop. You have to keep on working at it, becoming better. Remember we talked about reevaluating all the time, okay? Focus on building a genuine, consistent, and compelling presence that showcases your unique value. You are your own brand. The way you talk, the way you eat, the way you walk, the way you dress, the way you do everything, you are your own brand. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'll take them. I hope I didn't exceed my time. Sorry? This one. Which? Oh, the contacts. Okay. Okay. If you have questions.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask our brand ambassador to lead us in appreciating our keynote speaker.
Thank you so much, Lion Charity, for this opportunity. I'd like to appreciate our brand, I don't know how to call her, our brand expert. Thank you so much, intending Lion Lilian Katiso, for this wonderful presentation. We can't thank you enough. Just to invite you to come and join us, Lions, so that you can give us more of this. Thank you. Yes. Thank you.
Now we are going to the question and answer, and this is going to be moderated by Ryan Alice. Come and take us 5 minutes for any questions, contributions, and clarifications on some of the language. As marketers, we understand, but for engineers, it may be something new. So 5 minutes, please. Let's have some question and answer. Dr. Kasolo, Ryan Alice is there. She's the one in charge now.
Thank you so much, Lion Charity. And there's a lot to learn from Ms. Katusu. I don't think she deserved that clap. For me, I'm the chair. I give instructions very clearly. We can stand up and first energize ourselves, then we clap. Who knows that Chankwan's kind of clapping? Anyone who can teach us? Last Saturday, or 2 weeks ago, I went for a charity, and there are these babies who taught us how to clap as lions. I don't know if I can do it here, but it will take you time. So someone who can lead us in a very good hand clap that deserves our previous presenter. She's here. The intending lion. So we can call you.
Her, then let her come forward. So we shall go like this. We first go on the left, then on the right, then we shall. Okay, now you first, you look at me and see what I do. Okay. 1, 2, 3, lions.
How lovely. So thank you so much. I would like us to focus and then get into the question and answer session. If you have any question, please put up your hand. And I think Lion Lilian, for now, you're going to be closer, or please take note of these kind of questions. Yes, please.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry I missed part of the presentation, but this is very important. If I ask a question you talked about, I'll consult with those who listen. the issue about managing negative comments, negative developments related to your brand name, brand personality. How would you advise us to handle that? Something is come up. I think it's one of the challenges. Thank you.
Do I wait for another one or I?
Do we have any other? We can take about 2, 3, and then she attends to that. There's one more here.
Thank you, our guest speaker, but I only had online branding. I don't know about the physical branding. Can you tell us more about it?
So ready, not here, please.
I was asking, you talked about the online branding. What about the physical branding?
Okay. Lion Charity, aren't you going to help me? Otherwise, your 5 minutes will elapse while I'm still walking around the hall.
Thank you so much, Lillian. It was an absolutely wonderful presentation. Thank you for it. I have seen you have so many competing needs on your time schedule. Do you sometimes have time challenges in managing your personal branding? Secondly, do you sometimes ever engage anyone? I know you are engaging people in other aspects regarding personal branding. Do you do it yourself absolutely, or you have sometimes had to engage somebody else?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are 3, 4.
Yes, thank you so much, Lily, intending Lion Lillian. Yeah, mine is about the negativity that comes with social media. How do you deal with that? Because I imagine a situation where you put out your flowers out there, yeah, and someone said, is this, I mean, they come up with a comment that is so negative that it will put you down, and if you're not so strong enough, you actually abandon the idea of even, continuing to do anything online. So how do we deal with such?
Okay, thank you very much, Lillian, for the very good presentation. I see that you shared a lot of things that we can use to brand ourselves. My question is, if I am not there yet, if I'm starting, what would be the best media to use for a beginner? Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have one more, 6, from, yes, Lion. Over there, you have the mic here.
Yes. Thank you so much for your presentation. My question is on public speaking and presentation. I took a note of your presentation as you are presenting. Your tone was quite constant, but not loud, but audible, very articulate. Those are very important skills when you're selling your brand and selling yoururself as a person. Is that something that has come with time, or it is something that actually somebody has to intentionally get maybe expert advice from, and because delivery is quite important. Yeah, so I just want tips on that.
Thank you so much. Yes, since we have only 5 minutes and we've used 2.5, now it's time for the
So I have to go through
answers
them
to
very
be
fast.
given.
Okay, so two of them I think are more like the same, the negative publicity on your brand and the negative social media comment. I think on negative publicity, I've not had a challenge with the brand negative thing myself, but I'm saying maybe from observing what other people do. I've seen people do ignore. Of course, if you're, I think it depends on whether the thing was true or not true, yeah. So if it was true or not true, depending on what it is, So some people issue a public statement depending on the office you hold. So if there's an office you hold, you put a public statement. I was seeing, she's called Juliana. Juliana was implicated in some video. So I was on Twitter and I'm seeing people, a statement saying that it was not me. I didn't see the video, but I saw the post that she was saying, the video that was sent out, it was not me, blah, 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 blah. So there are people who go and say, this is now the truth of the fact, it is not this one. But if the thing was true, of course now I don't know, I think you just pray that it disappears somewhere. But also the effort you have to make is to make sure you're never found in such situations, okay? But most people, what they'll do, they'll do a statement to put the true statement of what actually happened, if it is negative publicity. But there are some people actually who thrive with negative publicity, unfortunately. There's someone who said publicity is publicity. So, but for me, I don't advocate for negative publicity. It's part of my values. Okay, so along your personal brand also is what are your personal values. Yeah? So there are people whose personal values are just, not good, and they thrive in that. They thrive in being controversial. They thrive in being antagonistic. They thrive, that's what they thrive. And that is, So it depends on what is your personal brand, how you want to put it. But then now maybe to answer on the comments on social media, you can post something and people have a right to their opinion. So what you just have to pray is to develop a thick skin. If they're insulting you, you pray for them or something. I don't know. But somehow I think, so for example, for my plants, I've heard people saying, your plants are just too expensive because I import most of the plants. And so I cannot explain to them to understand. So I just keep quiet because I can't explain to you the dynamics of importing plants and selling them in a shop when you're paying rent in dollars. So you just have to develop a thick skin. But also what you try to do, when you're posting something, ask yourself, is this a post that can bring controversy? And if it's going to bring controversy, are you ready for the controversy? Because I've seen some people who are keyboard heroes. Are they called keyboard what? Warriors. They will go and they have a backlash. It's like, your social media presence is like your real personality. If you're the person who likes arguing and combative, the same spirit, so to speak, will be online. You understand? But if you're a peacemaker, even your online presence will be peaceful. But if you're in a real person, you're combative. Even online, you'll be combative. So you decide. It's part of your personal branding. But if one day we found Trump calm, cool, calm, and collected, thinking there's something wrong with Trump, he has to go for a checkup. And that's why God created all of us different. Okay? One of the things about also personal branding is doing what we call personality tests to understand what is your personality. A basic one, if you want to read, is a book by Tim LaHaye on the spirit. Okay, there are different personality temperaments. I tend to read more on the spiritual and the spirit-filled temperaments. It tells you about your personality, how God created you by default, but then how your personality interacts with other people, how they perceive you, and then what is your area of improvement. For each of us, we have our strengths in our personality, but each strength also has its weaknesses. So the issue is, how do you look for areas to promote the strengths in your personality, and then how do you look for areas to improve on your weaknesses in your personality? So just know yourself and see what you want to play. But also, now some personalities like mine, I will not go to TikTok. I just can't handle. So you choose where you want to play. I prefer more, LinkedIn is cool and professional, level-headed. So that was my first social media place for me to open. Maybe to also answer her question, where to start. If it is on social media, start with what you're comfortable comfortable in. If you're an entertainer, of course, go to TikTok and entertain everybody. But if you're not an entertainer, hey mama, you will not survive. You will be stressed. So know yourself, go back to knowing your purpose, then where do you want to promote this purpose? Also your audience, okay? So where to start is where you flow in. I started with LinkedIn many years ago because I thought it was going to drive my professional agenda. But then all my friends were on Facebook and I was not on Facebook. And they asked me, why are you not on Facebook? And I said, the day I will have something to sell is when I'm going to be on Facebook. Because that time, people were posting the food they were eating, the newest, latest clothes, and I was like, I am not the kind that takes photos of food that I've eaten and post. It's not my personality. But then, when I started the business of selling flowers, it now needed Facebook. But now because I had something to sell, I opened a Facebook page, and that day people were like, you're on Facebook. What are you doing on Facebook? I'm like, I'm here to do business. And I used Facebook to do business. And I grew my business from Facebook. So to answer the other question about the negativity, challenges of social media, you can do with it what you want to do. People make a lot of money from it, but also people just get entertained from it. So other people commit suicide from it because they get depressed with what is happening there. So just know what you're able to do. Time challenges, yes. When I started out for my business, because the business was still small, I was still in full-time employment and I was running a side business, as they call it. So after work, I'll be there responding to all the social media posts. I did that for a long time until it reached a point where now I had to empower my team members to post for the business. I employed my staff. Every day they are posting on Mawa and Mo pages, on LinkedIn, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram, but I don't post now. They post because I taught them how to do that. But for my personal one, LinkedIn, I do it myself because I prefer when it is my own inspiration. I'm inspired to post, so it has my personality, my tone, my voice. But some people they hire people to manage their posts, yeah? So there are social media companies that you can hire to manage your posts across the different divide you choose. So for me right now, I am doing myself for personal, for business. There are people in my staff are doing that for business. Physical branding. Okay. So all these things that are online, they started, where is the gentleman? But his head is down. Okay. So all the things that are online, they are actually physical. If you looked at all those pages and all those photos, it was a physical event that was happening. I just took it online. So the branding starts physically. You just take it online. I don't know if you're understanding. So those things would not have been online if they were not physically happening somewhere. The networking photos, the speaking engagement happened physically somewhere. I just took them online. So what I said online is an equalizer. Because a physical one, all the Lion Club members will know if you are the life of the party, you are the entertainer, the best organizer. Only us here will know that. But outside there, no one will know if they're not in Lion. But when you post there for online, people now know beyond the Lions Club, you get a wider reach. That's why I'm saying you do yourself a disservice if you don't have an online footprint. Because the online footprint, if even Trump can land on your profile by chance. I'm just saying, okay? Sometimes I get people coming to my inbox. I'm like, I would never have talked to that person in real life, physically. But online has made me be able to reach some of them. Are we together? The last one, I think, is, I think I've answered everything. About the public speaking. So personal branding, of course, is not about public speaking. Public speaking is an expression of my professional and all that stuff. So some people, if you're a baker, the best baker, you don't need public speaking skills. But then if one of your purposes, as mine is to train people, to empower people, then it means public speaking is a core thing. And the time when I made a decision to, okay, I like doing these things of knowing my personality. There are many tests to know about your personality. And one of them I realized was I had a gift of teaching. If you're spiritually oriented, there's the different giftings. So I had a gift of teaching. But then how then do I express myself? So as an accountant, behind the desk, there was hardly any teaching that I was doing. But what I discovered is when there's an opportunity to teach people how to do something, I always used to volunteer myself to teach people. Then I realized I can actually do that. Then at some point, they took me through a training of trainer, but that was more of how to pass the financial management information, but not so much on the talking per se. But you can. There are people who do voice coaches or whatever coaches. I've never done any of that. I think mine is just by God's grace, I would say. I hope I've answered all the questions. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you so much. And I would like to be a very good learner. We can clap again. It doesn't hurt. We can clap again the way our ambassador taught us. Do you still remember? Okay, let's do that. Thank you so much. I think this is the end of my session.
Thank you very much, Lion Alice. And the more questions we got, the more sure we are that we understood and appreciated. So now I'm going to request our district governor to perform a very honorable activity.
Thank you, team of the day. This juncture, I would like us to appreciate Lillian for her wonderful instruction to us, which we really needed very, very badly. Please come forward and receive a token of appreciation. And also to remind you of your presence here, but also to be reminded of our request, which was expressed to you earlier, to join us. Please receive this.
So we do the last group of leadership. Yeah. I think we are doing well on time.
So far we are doing well on time. Now we're just going to go straight to leadership. Leadership, come and give us your presentation. The time is still 7 minutes. But I believe since the district GOT coordinator is in the group, we may even do 3. So we are waiting for the leadership group. On behalf of the organizers, we appreciate your timekeeping and patience. We don't take it for granted. The weak ones fell out, but the strong ones were still here until the end.
Thank you so much, Lion Charity. And thank you to everyone who's still here. We are the last group, the leadership group. And our group was tasked with giving the highlights of the different Lions group in the different areas, and when they were chartered, and the number of members then, and also now. So as you can see from this board right here, we have Busia Greater, chartered in 2012. They had 24 members, now they are 34. Pakwach, 2019, 23 members at the inception, and now they are 45. SETA, 2023, they had 25, now they have 26. Ginger in 1976, they had 21, now they have 55. Kamwenje, which was started in 2022, and it had 32 members at the start, now they are 56. Then Kampala Central in 1995, we didn't get the exact number, but currently there are 175 members. Then the categories of members, we have Ginger, still the family members, they have 22. The MJF, they have 5. Then the regular members, they have 33. And members in the diaspora, they are 3. Kamwenje, they have 14 family members, 2 MJF, and then 1 PMJF. Then we the regular members, they are 39, no members in the diaspora. Busia, 10, none under the MJF and PMJF. Then the regular members are 34, no members in the diaspora. SETA, no family members, no. And then 26 regular members, no members in the diaspora. Pakwach has two family members, then 1 PMJF, and then 24 regular members, and then 8 members in the diaspora. Kampala Central, 19 family members. Not sure about the MJF, the total number, but they are 30 plus. And then 146 regular members, and then 1 member in the diaspora. Then we have the age range of the women in these clubs, and also the number of women in total. In Ginger, the number of women in total is 17, and those below 40 years are 4. Then Kamwenje, the total number of women is 19. Below 40, they are 10. Pakwach, 9. Below 40, they are 3. Seta, 10. Below 40, they are 2. Busia, 9. Below 40, they are 3. Then Kampala Central, 85. And I'm not sure how many of those 85 are below 40. Yes, and that is all. And as we can see from this here, I think we need to work upon increasing the number of women in these clubs. I believe women would create a very big impact. We all know we have our own Dr. Masemirembe, who has organized this, and I believe it was a great experience. Then our goal, or our goal statement, is to have 100% Lions Club members trained in leadership by 30th June 2025. Yes? So this is more like our SMART goal that we think can be achieved, and the tasks that we need to achieve or to do are to conduct a needs assessment in our different districts and find out what do we need our leaders to be trained in. What can we equip them with? What skills can we equip them with so that we ensure they develop our club and take it to a greater level than it is already? Then to also develop a training calendar. If we are going to do this, we need to develop a training calendar and know when do we start the training and when does it end and what is needed and everything. Then to also identify the target participants from our clubs. Which participants do we need? As we've seen under the women category, we can see how many people are under 40. Yes, I think the leadership, yes, everyone is good, everyone can lead, but I think it's high time we bring in the younger generation and nurture them to be the leaders of tomorrow. And it would be important if we could do this and identify them from our Lions clubs that are in schools, that are in any kind of institution, and we train them. So would need to do this and identify the participants. Then to also identify training resources. What are we going to use? Where are we going to get them from? Do we need space? Do we need the teachers? Whichever resources we need. They could be people or they could be materials that we are going to use. Then we also have to identify the trainers and the delivery methods. The trainers, who are these people that we are going to bring on to train these people in these leadership skills? Where are we going to get these people, and what delivery methods are we going to use? Because as we know, the people that are part of the Lions Club have other engagements elsewhere. So how are we going to make sure that if we start this leadership program, we are going to make it possible for people who cannot maybe be there physically be part of this training, because it benefits everyone. And then we also have the obstacles or challenges that we are likely to face when we are enforcing these tasks, and one of them being financial constraints. We might find an issue with the finances, financing maybe these online meetings that we want to set up, or even the physical meetings and all these things. So it might be an issue, but probably we shall look at how possible we can solve that. Then lack of interest in the club, because when we were discussing the members in the different clubs, either there is a club that said it had over like maybe 50 people, but the active people are like 10. But the portal has almost 50 people of the members. So now the question is, why aren't the other 40s active? Did they lose interest in the club? Or did something happen to them that we do not know? So maybe we also need to see how do we combat that? How do we make sure that when someone joins our club, they are there fully, whether fully committed or partially committed, but they are active in our endeavors. When we say we have workshops, we are going out for community engagements, we have their support. Even if it's not physical, it could be financial. Then we also we could face a challenge of failure to identify suitable delivery mechanisms. So as we've said, we want to train people, but we need to find suitable delivery methods. What if we choose a method that is not favorable for all the participants that we have chosen to be part of the program? Then we also have different learning abilities. Different people learn differently. So maybe one person or some people might be good at learning physical. They come in the classroom or in the learning area and the teacher just explains something and they understand it. Other people take a little more time. They need maybe a one-on-one session to understand something. Or some people have maybe issues like dyslexia, right? All those are learning issues. And we need to if we are going to bring this on table, we also need to know how are we going to cater for such kinds of people who have learning disabilities. Then we have our possible solutions. I'm sorry I'm rushing, but I hope I'm putting my message across. Possible solutions, we have use cost-effective delivery methods. And these cost-effective, maybe we could decide, because having people come into one place or have to travel, let's say from all the way from Gulu, we have people from Pakwach, all the way to Kampala might be more costly. We could maybe decide how about we do it online. That could also pose its own challenges. Maybe people have network issues. Maybe people do not know how to use the online method. So how do we do that? Probably we could decide we do this at the district level and say that let each district handle it. Maybe, but we have one central area that is looking out to these different districts and ensuring that the program is going on. Or, as I've said, we could also look at the online delivery method. Then also take care of demand-driven trainings. Wait, what do we mean by demand-driven? When we say we are going to train people and we have our objectives and our goals, we need to make sure that they are fulfilled. Yes, if we have, maybe we've already set our goal that by maybe June 2025, we've trained this number of people. The training's going on. We assess, are they getting the skills we want them to get? Something like that, to make sure that at the end of the program, we do not find that we invested, but we did not get the outcome we expected. Then also, doing a training needs assessment. As we've said, assess the training that is going on, how beneficial is it, make it more practical, because if we just do the online thing and we are just giving them, oh, this is what you need to do, this is what you need to do, and they're not putting it into practice, it might affect the outcome of the entire program. We need to make sure that the people we are training, if we want to equip them with maybe public speech skills, when we have such gatherings, we have different people come up and like the panel discussion we had, they are part of such an engagement and all, so to make sure that they are gaining the skills we want them to gain. And then we have resources needed, that is the people that we might need. We might need the emerging, regional, and advanced Lions Leadership Institutes. We have different institutes in the club that are coming up or that are already there. We could use them to be able to fulfill our task here. Yes, as we've said, we could take it to district level. So if we have institutes there, they could be the ones to handle this program. And then we also have senior club members they're the ones that have already been in the club. They know the objectives and the goals and the purpose of the club. They could be the ones to help us. They could be the trainers. We could identify those people in the club that have the necessary skills or the skill set to be the ones to train the other members we want to train. We could already have free man labor. And then we have past leaders. Since this is a leadership program, we could look for those past leaders. Either they were governors or they were the club presidents, and they could also have some skills they would want to impart on the participants. Then other resources needed in form of materials, presentation templates that they would be using in these leadership institutes. Then videos from the Lions Learning Center, because the new trend is visual learning. As most people learn better with the visuals. It is something that is trying to go into schools, something that they are trying to adopt in the Ugandan system, education system. That is what Professor Masi was telling you, that my group and I are here basically for the documentary film research that we are doing. So we want to see how best we can use visuals to enhance our education. So that could be something that we also incorporate in this club. And then we also have the Lions Learning Center. It would greatly help the club in pushing forward our agenda. Then, thank you. So as we've said, we have our main goal. But here we say that by June 30th, 2025, we hope that out of the total number of Lion members, we've at least trained 1,500 members to be able to take on the different leadership skills. It doesn't have to be only in the Lions Club. It could be even outside Lions Club, so that we make an impact even outside the Lions Club. Then the action steps, or how can we achieve this? We have the physical workshops. We could have the physical workshops, something like this, or trainings, or we have virtual trainings that is using different platforms. It could be Google Classroom, it could be Zoom, and then our deadline, or when we hope to accomplish this, is 30th June 2025. Then which people will be responsible for this action? We have the district global leadership coordinators, then the zone chairpersons, region chairpersons, club presidents, and then the first vice presidents. Then how will we know that the actions or the action step is accomplished? By reporting to the district GLT, who will in turn report to the Lions Learning Center. We need to make reporting or having reports written part of our thing. That is how we are going to be able to trace our progress. So thank you. That is from the leadership team. Can I please invite the members of the leadership team to come forward?
A round of applause to our leadership team.
Yes, thank you.
As we are taking a photograph.
So as they're coming forward, we are the Lions, even the few of us that are remaining.
Just before she goes on, I wanted to call upon the new voices that if we want to be in leadership, we should be at every level. When they called the leadership group, I was just alone. All the ladies, you refuse to join. Then how are we going to be in leadership if we don't plan it? Thank you.
So, yes. So before we continue, even if we are few, I believe we have a very strong voice. So we have some slogan we've come up with. When we say the Lions, you reply, we roar. Are we together?
Yes.
Can we do it and lift this roof off? The Lions,
we roar.
The Lions,
we roar.
The Lions,
we roar.
Okay, so now we are going to do the actual roaring, right? 3 times just. I call the Lions. We can stand up.
Let's be upstanding.
Yes. Let's stand up. When we call the Lions, let's do the roaring. Yes? Okay. The Lions roar. The Lions roar. The Lions roar. Okay, thank you so much.
Oh, wow. Thank you very much, our leadership team.
team, you can watch us here. Okay. Who is with who? Okay, come here. You can with, yes.
Uh-huh. Aha! Wow! 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 We lead by having fun. Fellow Lions, once again, we appreciate you. Now, we are going to have 3 to 5 minutes of questions for all the presentations. All the 4 presentations. Any questions, contributions? Are we okay? We are waiting for the reports. Yes, Lion Dr. Kasolo. The microphone is here. Okay, it's there. Lion Elizabeth. You mentioned the group to which it is addressed. And this one, any member of the team can answer, including us who are outside.
This is a bit general.
Okay.
I think it was mentioned as one of the strategies for starting clubs that there is a need to identify areas where we can get these clubs started. To me, what I also think is that most clubs may know which areas they may want to have clubs identified, or rather started. But I think the challenge of the capacity thereafter to follow up what to do after you've said I want to start it either in Ntungamo or in some neighboring town, local community. I think we need to build the capacity of the members or the clubs to be able to follow up the subsequent activities that need to be done to eventually having the clubs formed. And I like the approach where we say that there is need for training. Can we handle the issue of training as a matter of urgency so that clubs do know that I know I have to start a club here, but I have to do A, B, C, D, Z. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kasolo. Actually, I was coming to the GOT coordinator to maybe give us feedback on what can be done on training for those areas where people are not empowered to either travel for the trainings.
Thank you. That one, we have a GET coordinator. The GET coordinator can liaise with us as GLT, and we see how we can intervene. And when we're making the presentation for leadership, we said there must be a need. Some training has to be demand-driven. Tell us where the gap is, then we shall do the training. But why I stood up is a follow-up on what Lion Kasolo raised. We are in mission 1.5, and we have to do things differently. If you want to empower yourself, there is the certified guiding lines course. It is an all-rounder. You print it out, you go and read, and then you answer. Some people have gone through, you'll find that you are empowered to guide that club. You have to take an initiative. The other thing I wanted to comment on, the membership when they were presenting, they were saying you don't want to set goals which you will not achieve. And the governor, Lion Elizabeth, was already telling us early this morning, a recent town line as I was coming. When we went to Lusaka, we were given stretch goals. We must do things differently. The goals are there. What we must change are the actions. What can we do to achieve those actions? Let us not say, if you set very low goals, they will also not motivate you. Do things that can challenge you. So set a high goal, then do those actions that will help you to achieve the results. Along the way, if you have an issue, you can change the actions, but the goal should remain the same. I thank you.
Thank you very much, our GLT coordinator. I think, Dr. Kasolo, some of your concerns and contributions have been complimented.
Thank you very much. My name is Lan Karulu from Busia. I am just concerned that much as we've been having these Zoom trainings, the attendance is quite poor. Recently, it was increased to 500 participants, but we have hardly gone beyond 80. I think it is a bit discouraging to the organizers when they put up something for us and we don't attend. I'm just appealing to members so that we can go and pass the word that we should encourage attending these meetings. Two, there are other people, when they attend the Zoom meeting, he'll be online and put the phone there. So you think somebody is attending, but is doing something different. When you called, then Dr. Kasola is not there. So these are some of the issues that have taken us back. Much as we are putting 2 steps ahead, we are again putting 1 leg behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me start with her. My apologies. Lion Chiseka.
Yes, good afternoon, members. My name is Lion Amorin Nalima from Kampala New Century. I just wanted to, just a follow-up from the previous speaker. I just wanted to ask what informed the 7 a.m. Because many of us would want to attend, but the 7 may be too early. So I was wondering what informed that timing for the Zoom meeting. Then the other thing I wanted to ask from the group that presented on membership, are there circumstances where you may reject a member, especially if a member does not espouse the values of a club? Are there circumstances where we can get rid of that member? I'm sorry for the choice of words. Thank you.
This one I will take it to the district governor, why we are having trainings at 7. Okay. Because we also had an answer for both.
Yes, for me, I'm just supplementing on that online training, supplementing on your observation in the morning and his as well. I didn't really think that when I get that link and those that are going to facilitate, I can actually share. Like we are on I don't know how many groups, because if I decided to share on all because the information, for example, that we got today from Dr. Alunga was just so enriching that if I took it, if I sent it on all the advocates, I mean Uganda Catholic lawyers, ULS, there wouldn't. I'm certain that some people would be very much interested, and they would actually log in. So we pledge to actually be getting these links and sharing them to the different platforms. So then next time, if we all did that, you'd be thinking about, you'd be thinking about increasing the number from 500 to God knows. Yeah.
Thank you. I believe that was the last one. So District Governor, you're going to help us respond to her concerns, both her concerns and Dr. Kasoro. I mean, why 7 o'clock? And then, can we chase away members if they wish?
The second question was from?
She had some concerns about the login and the phones there.
Oh. That is etiquette. We'll continue educating them. What do we do? But when we discover them, we shut them out. Yeah, we shut them out on they put them back, but they put themselves back, but we continue to mute them. But I think all in all, there is improvement in the etiquette, as far as I see. Because previously people didn't even know how to mute themselves. Now the majority of them have known. The second concern was the timing. Time, initially, we really thought that it's a weekend, there are parties on a Saturday, that's your day to move out and do shopping. So we thought 7 was the best time to catch the largest number of people. Otherwise, I don't know how we can do a research to know what is the best time. Yeah, but my other contribution was to Lion Annette. I wanted to simply advise that you just missed a very important component on membership growth, and you know it. The benefits of membership growth, people need to know. Maybe they just take targets for the sake of targets, but the benefits that are attached to that growth are much higher than we appear to know now. We are going to get much more out of this growth in terms of numbers. The problems that are in the communities are just too many for us to handle, for your information. And I think you know it. Kampala alone, if you move around it, there are too many problems. Then the fellowships. The membership experience is going to improve a lot. And of course, resources to do the work and hands and all that. The second thing was what you may have forgotten, I don't know if they have added it, leading from the front in terms of finances. Yeah, you need to pick it. The third thing that I wanted to react on is I need results quickly. And Lion JB is right, we are training, we need to continue training. But there is one thing that came up in the morning, that people have capacity, they have skills, they have talents, but they are quiet with them, seated behind. We need to be aggressive, look them up, motivate them, talk to them. And one of these is passion. Some people are really passionate about membership growth, and you know it. You dealt with Jesse a lot. For a long time, Mukone eluded us until Jesse made it so easy. So there are people with passion. In our clubs, we need to look them out, nurture them, promote them, like them, tell them that actually you can do this. A number of them have been marketing experts, like this lady. If she's there seated with it and you discover it, you make sure you tap into it. Thank you.
Lion Nalima asked about whether you can, did you call it ejecting? Yeah, like for us, we had a challenge in our club. And what we did with this specific person was to ignore. You know how someone says something and you all ignore? It actually contributed a lot to not even, because she was holding a position. And everything that and it was treasury, she was a treasurer. And so people could not even pay their subscription. So when the president realized that there was something wrong, and unfortunately it was a time when even we had a president who was kind of an absentee, so it affected us so much, but what we did was to ignore her completely. You know, people were not paying subscription. It was a roller coaster of events altogether, but even if she could say something, everyone was like, no. So she realized she wasn't kind of welcome. Yeah, like no one really wanted to interact with her. And what did she do? The next executive committee, in fact, the person who took over presidency immediately stood in and said, when it comes to subscription, we can't work like this. Please send the subscription on the account. Send it to me if you can't go to the bank. I mean, we closed the doors, kinda, softly, but through actions. And so what happened the next time the executive was being, formed, she was even given a position. And she rejected it and said, you see, I'm going to be so busy, I won't be able to handle. And everyone was like, yeah, And yeah, we are now good and we are proceeding well.
In short, the board can decide what to do with membership, especially when there is that discomfort, conflict resolution. You follow the law. We have bylaws and the constitution, so look at how best you can terminate somebody's membership, even if that person is active. As long as you're below the standards, I don't see any reason personally why a member should be kept. So there are so many ways of slaughtering a what? A goat. So I think we are closing this session. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Len, Alice, is it okay?
By this time I would be somewhere, so that's why I'm in and out. Hear me. The mystification of lions being for only the rich. Have people come across that? Not in your club. How about in your neighborhood? For you people, you have money. Lions is for the rich people. Has anyone come across that? For me, I have. So I want to get some answers how I can really demystify this within my communities, within my workmates. Even my boss says that for us, we are rich compared to him.
It can be tricky, but you have to make a spirited fight against it. One of the challenges I have had is when I called a meeting for intending lions, and a few people pulled the meeting from me and were hijacking it from me and taking it away in the direction of what do we get out of this help? Why should we help? Government taxes us. Why are you interested? Why are you bothered about other people? I think it's that kind of attitude. And I successfully put it out of action. I put up a flip chart like that and posed, I think, 2 questions. One was, who has never been helped? And some had tried to do that, to say they were not helped at first, but later when I explained, who has never been helped by anyone? You know, you have grown up, you have gone to secondary schools, you have probably benefited from somebody through a donation of a pair of shoes. You have fallen sick, somebody has treated you. Even you had a parent who cared for you. How will you ever pay back? That was the question. And then we started brainstorming. How would you pay back? They gave me the answers themselves. And they would go knock shit. Yes, you'll pay back directly to those people. But suppose they are dead. How do you pay back? Suppose they are no longer alive. The second question I posed was, how many of us have religions? You know, Uganda is close to 99% religious. Some are Muslims, some are Christians, and all the religion teachings teach what? Love your neighbor as you love yourself. And so I said, if you belong to a religion, what does it teach? And what would you say? That now you should not help your neighbor if you are a religious person, if you have a religion and you really confess to it. We came out successfully with a consensus that actually is positive and good to help other people.
But when you talk about subscription, now that is where the question comes from. You people are very expensive, you know. But if you come with a story that we want to help, we're going to help the society, they're like, yeah, instead of paying that subscription, let me use that money actually to help someone. So there are so many backlashes. I just wanted to bring this to all of us. Sometimes we find a way of handling, but also it's good to share how others have really gone about this. Oh. Subscription.
Yes, about subscription. Normally, when they ask me about that subscription, I also pose a question. I say we are all Christians, as you were saying, and we all at one time give a tithe in church. Almost every month, we give a tithe to church. So I tell you, we don't know how much you give, but at here we are just asking for $100, which is an equivalent of around 370,000. So I said, when you put that tithe in church, do you follow it up? Do you know what it does? You give, and that tithe is supposed to help So if you give us that subscription, it's what it's going to do, like the tithe you give to church. And here in Lions, at least you monitor where that subscription goes. But in church, do you even monitor? Yeah? That's what I give, and I disarm them there and then. I tell them, you give it every month, but here you are just giving it once in a year. And they end up looking at me. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that breakdown. Captain, command, do I continue? Because 30 seconds. Because they have answers. So 30 seconds to ask, and the program manager, you're the first one.
Thank you very much. Mine is just a simple question, but it's also a concern because in most of the time they are always mistaking us to be Rotarians. Even the media sometimes report we do activities and they say they mention Rotary instead. So I don't know why we are being referred to as Rotarians instead of Lions.
I can also try. It's because of visibility. Rotarians are more visible. They make more noise. And I think it is one of the goals of this year. That's why the brand ambassador, the person in charge of branding, when you're visible, then you cannot be confused. So which means there is something that doesn't come out so well. So even how we are talking, and I think that's the reason why we're having this empowerment, so that we are even trained to communicate. Because even when we go out there to communicate, we don't have some of the information. But when we are well empowered and we have the information, and then we're also branded, then that one will do what? Will reduce on the confusion. That's my take. DG, you can add on.
One of the causes of the confusion seems to be the letter L. Like I think in Uganda, the dialects R and L. L is taken for Rotary, something like that. But on the whole, our branding journey is really good. It's on the rise. I can tell you with confidence that in some of the towns, Rotarians are about to disappear. Courtesy of our aggressive branding, visibility, and all that. Like in Rukunjiri, Rotarians are not doing well. I think even in Kamwenge, I saw a delegate here. Yes. So I think we are beginning, and this workshop has brought it up very well. We are on the rise, and I think we shall be there. But also, check the press. The press has a lot of influence. When they take a wrong message, it really goes very far. So make sure that you brief them very well. Make sure that your payment is value for money. If they make a mistake, you bring them to book. Thank you.
Thank you very much once again. I'm proud to associate myself with the medical profession, where we don't give treatment without knowing the cause. We are discussing issues here, and we have not really gone to find out what exactly is the cause of this problem. One, when we do these activities, very few clubs are involving the community. You find about 10 Lions, they're doing the activity themselves. The community comes only to see, but they're not involved in that participation. So it becomes difficult for you to convince somebody to join Lions when he's only seeing what you're doing, but he's not participating. The other issue is when we recruit these members, we have taken less time in orientating them, telling them what exactly is expected of them. We have occasionally heard the governor is coming and you want to give him something. So you give them 5 Lions, he goes very proud, has got enacted 5 Lions, but actually they have not been given the information that is required, which includes membership. If we did these 2, I think that would help us. Thank you.
Mission 1.5. If we are available in most areas, believe me, the visibility will increase. So Let's create more clubs in areas where we are not, and we shall be more visible. I think that's where also Rotary beats us. 1 second.
Two. Thank you. I've always wanted to share this at a bigger forum, maybe at the district level. I have seen the Rotarians patent, they have like a trademark on cancer run. And I've seen the Betis run or walk coming up from the Lions. This was my dream when I was still president. I wanted us to have something we can hold on to that is going to increase our visibility in the country. Let's publicize. If it's going to be the Betis walk or run, like the one which was supposed to be today, tomorrow, sorry. Let it be everywhere across the country. Let's make noise about it. We shall win. That is one. The other one I had, Lanchite gave me 2 minutes, but I had two very hot. So that was the run. The other, oh my goodness, it is gone, but it was also good. It's because of you.
Because I'm standing behind you. My apologies. I'll make sure I stand in front of you. But when you remember it, we still have some minutes here. No, what I'm saying is when she remembers, because I wanted somebody to answer. Oh, okay. District Governor. I was going to the gate. Gate hasn't talked since we came.
Thank you, Lion. Actually, I'm attending the run of tomorrow, and the purpose is to have a pilot and see how it works. And if it's the consensus of this meeting, and I think the marketing coordinator has not come, but I think it's something we can achieve. At every club level, it's already happening. So that on the World Diabetes Day in November, World Diabetes Day, we just flood our towns as a pilot, and we see how it works. So that from there going forward, it's something we can pick and move with. Because a central one, I think, is still quite a distance from us. We are a bit disorganized. But I think individually we can really work. And it will make a difference. So my task is, if you agree and you build consensus, you take back the messages. And for me and my team, we start building publicity from now up to November. I think it's around November 11th or World Diabetes Day. It's 14th or 11th, somewhere there. So that on that day, we flood the streets with our jackets and we walk wherever we are in our towns. I think as a pilot, we could see what comes out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, District Governor, for that response.
The second one is about partnership. We need to have, I don't know how we're going to do it. We have so many people in Lions who are working with very potential partners. I mean, organizations we can partner with to sponsor so many of our activities, so many of our initiatives. When I see, for instance, a cancer run, you can see hundreds of partners in this. So how can we as Lions, how can we focus on that? We can start with ourselves and we're like, okay, now we're going to this organization. Everyone, you can find a way of contributing so that we have several of us pulling up something with the same goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, this one is actually happening for the run we're going to have tomorrow, cutters of Zone 2. It started small, but as we speak now, we don't even have enough kits for people to come and buy for tomorrow. We had to cut them off because of the time. But they have fundraised. People have contributed, different organizations, including Rotary. So tomorrow we're going to be having Rotary in partnership in the zones of Chira and Kasangati. So it can be done, Alice. And since the DG has promised to pilot it, yes. If we start here, we can run from here, Kabare, whichever area we are on, we all move as clubs so the visibility will increase. Now I'm going to hand over to the captain. Thank you very much for the contributions. I wish we could go on and on because this is more friendly when we discuss, and that's the reason why we are here. But remember, time is money. So I'm going to hand over to the captain, who is going to do the wrap-up.
Thank you. Thank you for hosting us so well. And you know what is funny with us? You have welcomed us as guests. We have taken over. So bye and thank you. We have been very comfortable in this home. Thank you very much. So we have only 3 or so things to do. One, hey, I'm already saying thank you, okay, to the host. But I also say thank you in a special way to our very, very dear participants. Really, for everybody, I don't know how we can thank you. We have gone beyond time, but you are still with us, and you came so early and you started in another seminar. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and do it again. Thank you very much. We also want to thank our very dear governor and gracious lady for having chosen to sleep this side, but also join us and stay with us the whole day. And we are still engaging you. Thank you very much, and keep like that. We want to thank Haiti. Haiti has done great. I'm sure that all over the world, whoever cared to tune in is watching this one live, right from the morning up to this time. How can we not be grateful? Thank you very, very much, Haiti, and pass on our regards to Ryan Ronald, to Shave, for setting up this. I think it was also very big on innovation like we had for Tusime, and it has boosted us as Ryans. And so let's welcome those innovations, but thank you once again, and for being so cooperative and working with us. In the same right, we thank the other media houses, which we are here, especially UBC, who is our Mpkahona, our friend, and they have never failed us. And of course, they always take us to many other platforms. So he has gone to be able to prepare and air something at least for today, so that something has been happening, then the other detailed program or airing will come later. We thank, of course, our resource persons, and through you, Governor, thank you for facilitating us, because these small tokens we give to the presenters, it's because you agreed, and then the treasurer was also a good person, and here we are. Thank you very much. Of course, you're close with that. I will give you the opportunity to do that. Then the thanking for the hotel. Thank you very much, because I know we have been moving with you, Elizabeth, your team, Ismail, Shafiq, and all the people who have been involved for cooking for us, arranging the venue. Even these gadgets are from the hotel, the stationery. Thank you very much, and always keep us happy, and we'll always come back here. Then, after thanking people, I turn back to us once again. I say we came here for a seminar, but also planning workshop. The planning workshop especially, okay, the seminar was to give us some value, added value, as we serve, but also to make us serve better. And then the workshop had targets. Of course, our targets were low, but we stretched them. And for us, we said, in new voices, we shall not tire to be elastic. So long as we shall not snap somewhere on the way, we shall stretch and be able to get these targets through. And as a way forward on those targets, because I know the governor is waiting eagerly to hear the next step, we are committing, I'm committing, and the new voices, you are here, but also the new voices officers, but also all of us are in this thing together. So we are committing that we shall reach towards the goal. When the PDG John Bosco was a governor, he used to demonstrate and say, imagine you are going to touch, that is your goal. So either you stretch or you can jump there, whatever strategy we shall use, that is our goal. 900 members in a district, and we shall get there. Now, one of the strategy is each club is going to get a target, according, of course, to our strength. So if we are, for example, just an example, if we are 10 members, no, I think that this club is 13. If we are 13 members, we think that every 10 member in that case, you give us one family unit. So for every 10 member, one family unit, just like we have for every 10 member, one vote. So every 10 member, one family unit. But we double that family unit to get the new voices required of every club. So I will make that communication and make the calculation the best way I can. The good thing is that the office of the GM is the one handling national statistics, and I'm sure it cannot fail to handle these nitty-gritties we are thinking about. Double family member to get our new voices, and maybe we shall double. Now that is the wish, that is the goal, but what is the strategy? Okay, it's part of the strategy also, but what is the exact strategy is where we ended this afternoon with the seminar presentation. Every Ryan, with your permission, Governor, let's do self-branding. Every Ryan, create a presence online. If you are not able to go on the computer, there are many of our members, many of our RIOs, many of our own children who can help us to create, even if it's one paragraph or one sheet, which is WordPress, like a website. Everybody of us, let's be online. Because when you are online, I don't want to repeat the presentation, but you very well saw the benefits which come with it. And if you are there online, you are going there as Ryan. So Ryan Masi Mirembe Ntangare, not the professor, but Ryan Masi Mirembe Ntangare as a Ryan. I thought people would clap for that, but I think they are either scared or tired. But I'm sure if we are 1,000 something members and each one of us goes online, maybe we shall raise 500 members that way. Let's seriously take up that challenge and see how far we can go with it by Christmas. I'm sure people who visit online and see all this happening, they will start asking, who are these people? Why are they doing this? And of course, let's say what we are best at as Ryans. We normally say we serve with our treasure, yes, our time, but also our talent. We have many talents. Like for me, I've already given you part of my talent as a writer, part of my talent as a singer. And of course, I will keep giving you part of my talent. So let's share ourselves with one another and support one another. Is that point 4? If it's point online, okay. Then I have one more, then I finish. Our international president has the theme, make a mark, make your mark. So this year, think of where you are going to make your mark, but also what type of mark are you going to make there. If you are very good at service, choose, focus. Actually, the presentations this day were all chosen purposely to build into these targets. Focus, where can you be felt most? Then deliver on that. And so make your mark in short. That is so that we also fit from club, district to international. I want to end with this for the gifts you'll give maybe after Ryan, Dr. Elizabeth, Nansuhoga. We have now shared, maybe I should not say we are not throwing away these reports. And in relation to the reports one, we need the group lists. So the readers through your secretaries or the secretaries through your readers at least submit the list. You know, that is the bad thing with teachers. Submit the list because we take attendance and do assessment. Thank you, you have filled in the form. I have got part of the evaluation. Actually, partly it was evaluation. So I will also put it in the report. Third, related to these presentations, we are not throwing them away and we want to compile them. If you think you can volunteer with us as a New Voices team, but also as Ryans, we are in this boat together, Let's produce this report in the next 2 or 3 weeks. And then we analyze the reports and give what our thoughts and what our plans have been to the district, so that the district governor can also charge all the 4 arms of the what? Of the Lions Association, the marketing, the membership, the service, and the leadership. The leadership has given us actually almost a breakdown which is ready, so that we can be charged as members, as clubs, on what to do next. Lion Elizabeth, what do you want us to do? In your docket as new voices, but specifically as family and women specialists. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I'll talk about the strategy in the observations from the discussions that we have had. New Voices is about diversity and inclusion, and in the pre-assignment, most of the membership chairs had, you were asked if your club is diverse. Most people said they are diverse because they have professional people, business people, and church people and family. When they were asked about the age, majority have members who are 40 years and above. It is not sustainable if we want to get 1.5. I will go back to census. 70% of the population is 30 years and below. So if we have 40 years and above, then it won't help much. But we have seen the Leos who presented and in the marketing group, and I think we can see the future. The energy they have, the skills they have. If we are talking of social media, we are failing to brand because we are the older people. I do not have enough time to be on LinkedIn, Snapchat, Instagram, and also create content. But if you get the young people, we would be able to increase our visibility. So we are not yet that diverse. So as we talk about new voices, bringing diversity, let's be intentional of bringing on younger people. I think there are clubs which say that 70% above 40 years. It is not sustainable. Then in terms of females, because you also asked how many females, how many males. For you to make strides, you also need to be intentional. Some membership chairs were not aware. Use statistics to make informed decisions. Know where you are as a club, then you're able to know where to push. I think the club that is doing well, Mukono, has more females as compared to the males. And I liked Lion Annette said something. Why should we have more women? They are readily available for service. Whether it's organization, when you're talking of membership satisfaction, you're going to have more hands. So we need to look at the advantages of not just looking at women as a gender card, but the benefits that they bring, so that we are intentional in getting the women. When you need them for service, they will be easily and readily available. The other club that is doing well is Kampala East. They started in 2021. They have more than doubled. They are 64, and they were only about 20. And the DG, the other observation was most clubs have attempted or have tried to have Leo clubs, but they drop off. I think Kampala Central said they've tried like over 5, they have 2. I think we don't put in a lot of effort, but we need to know that this is the future. If we are talking about the Rotary we are talking about, their Rotaract clubs are still more visible in schools. So we need to see how do we nurture. We have, DJ, I want to say one of the people who presented, I interested them. She's my niece, Bavidje. So I am the one who interested her into to become a Leo at Makerere University. She's graduating in January, but I don't think she belongs to any club. So anytime she will drop out, if Kampala Central doesn't do something, if they don't, yeah. So we have, many clubs have attempted to have Leo clubs, and I think we just use it as a strategy that DG we have started a club, but most of them drop off. We do not support them. We do not support them in either reporting or doing service activities. So for most of the clubs that have reported, they do not have plans of having Leo Lions. So there are no targets. Most people have targets for a Leo club, but sustainability. So we need to focus on the Leo Lions so that we have more hands into service and also have targets. So no club has a target on a Leo Lion club. Most were talking about Leos. There have been efforts to have more women. The team on membership, if we look at the targets, they've talked about 102 new voices, but our target is 300. So we are going to look at the clubs that haven't been present. Looking at marketing, I think we have learned we need to apply targeted marketing. If you're marketing to a professional, how would you market Lions? If you're marketing to your neighbor, to your family member, so to use different marketing strategies. But most important, it's also about how do we brand? I had an engagement in the Vice Chancellor's office. I work at Makere, and I was happy to see that when one of the DGs visited, the Vice Chancellor has a Lions banner in office. And most times when we go and we are branded, he's able to tell, or people are able to ask, you are a lion. So I think you can still compete. I think at Makere, Lions is more visible than Rotary. It is the effort, it is the vibe, it is the effort that you put in. But Lions is more visible at the university than Rotary. In terms of service, we've talked about partnership and collaboration will get us the new members that we are looking for. Kampala East is doing that with Mulago. Also in the groups, we have learned when Entebbe Road did a service activity in Luweero, the district leadership was very impressed and they asked them if they could start a club. Those are vivid examples of how impactful service can help us start clubs. So Mulago Hospital, because of the work they are doing with the children's cancer ward. Then from leadership, we have to continuously train, whether on Saturday, whether in such sessions, whether online. Because if you're trained and you're skilled, you're able to recruit, you're able to equip you're able to equip other Lions with the skills to recruit. I have attended several trainings that I use it as part of my introduction, that I no longer have challenges that Lionsism is expensive, like $100. Because over time I have got answers from different leaders how to respond to such questions. So I could use other excuses for not recruiting, but the skills that you gain are able to equip you with knowledge to be able to recruit other members. So we need to continuously train. I think the challenge is it's the same people who are always in these discussions, attending on Saturday. So we get the knowledge, then the other people are not able to get the knowledge. But we have to find other ways of attending, of training and acquiring the skills, but also the leadership skills. DG, out of the 15 clubs that we have, at least the clubs have been able to rubber stamp the 11, at least we have got endorsement on 11 clubs that we are sure. We hope for a club from New Voices, a club for Leo Lions, Gayaza Manyangwa Mulago, Kampala Central, the membership chair has pledged that they are still on track for the 5 clubs. And Chanja, Nansana are also part of Kampala Central's targets. We said we are going to do targeted recruitment for these clubs. We have Lugazi for Mukono Host, Kali Sizo for Masaka. All these membership chairs have committed that there is work that is going on. Mbale City, Lubirizi, Bundibujo, Isingiro. So I believe this is part of the effort of getting the 15 clubs. They are stretch goals. And in the morning, we had a session in terms of focusing, the key to success. If you focus, if you make your mark, you can achieve. What is your role? In membership, we learned that if each of us here decided to bring on 2 or 3 members, we would have efforts than leaving it to our president, than leaving it to the membership chairperson. How many people have you talked to? From the time I became GMT, I think even when I'm on a plane, I think in 10 minutes I'm asking a person, why aren't you a lion? So I find myself like diverting a conversation talking about lions. But because of the challenge that I believe I will be able to make a mark, I will be able to make a mark by the end of the year, and I still believe we shall have the 15 clubs, but as part of a team. The 15 clubs, 900 members. If we drop 300, we have 600, and then we should aim for positive growth. It is doable. If we focus, if we remain committed, if we talk to the different people, it's about quality. We can get the quality members. You definitely know a person. You definitely know a person who would benefit. As I was reflecting today, if I had not become a lion in 2018, I would not have been a chairperson of a 409 billion fund. Because from lions, yes, I got leadership skills. From lions, I got different opportunities. I networked. I got votes. Yes. Thank you very much. I look forward to the feedback on different clubs. Each of our clubs can start a club or can recruit new members. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And with those few words and many commitments that we have made, I request that is it after? I want these things to go. I think before the closing remarks, let's get the governor, the district governor, making these presentations. Rio Wilson Biaruhanga was part of the panel in the morning, and we want to recognize your participation and your willingness to be part. This is for Ryan Dr. Rose Areño. We appreciate your story and keep telling those stories that we can't know by looking at you.
Ryan Rose, I know you changed the landscape of Lionism in Western Africa.
And now, you'll also agree with me that the governor normally presents, but whoever presents to him. So I want to take this opportunity to request the GMT coordinator to make a token presentation to our district governor.
Sincerely like to thank the district governor for the concerted efforts in starting these clubs, in membership, in putting out the messages and being with us the whole day, supporting us in any effort of recruitment. The DG is the #1 person in the membership drive, and it gives me hope that we shall be able to achieve these stretched goals. DG, thank you very much.
Thank you. We are in it together. I can't abandon you as much as I know you will not abandon me. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. May take your seat. And I will now have the honor to invite our second Vice District Governor, Ryan John Patrick Chikanu, to come and give us closing remarks. If you want us to stay here, you can also tell us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Captain, for this opportunity. Actually, you know, I like fellowship. If I ask you to stay and we fellowship, kindly abide. Our district governor and your gracious lady, lions and leos, and if we have guests, ladies and gentlemen. You know, when you are asked to speak and close such a wonderful seminar and a planning workshop, after a professor has given a summary of what has taken place, followed by a PhD, a doctor, almost have done what I would have done. Because the summary they made is actually what I had put down and what my first district governor, when he asked me to stand in for her, is what she has given me. Now, the professor and the doctor have actually made a whole summary of what I was supposed to talk about. I thank you so much. Our theme today, giving every lion and a leo a voice. I think what has happened today, the voice to the leos, if you watched, for those who presented, I think most of them were leos. And of course, being guided by the lions. I think in your voices, you are making a mark. And Lion Professor, thank you for bringing those young, energetic people who have actually in our meeting. Like in my meeting of service, I think we are only 3 lions, but the rest were young people who joined us. I thank you so much. I want to thank all the presenters. I think in the morning, I had not come in, but my first district governor told me the key speakers, Lion Dianabo, talked about power of focus. Power of focus. And I think as Lions, we need to focus ourselves and we cultivate our niche in humanitarian service. The other presenter on branding. What is your brand? It was a challenge when he asked, can you move to Google? Put my name. Can you go in and put your name and see what comes out? That's when I realized that actually on Google, or what people can look for and know what you are, I saw very few hands. Like our international president said, can we make our mark? And perhaps go to Google, do something that can be recognized online. I tried my name. I think in 2014, I was in Berlin for international conference on population and development, and I was a discussant. So when I put in my name and I put that conference, my name appeared. I said, yes, I am there. How many of us are there? Why can't we go there? So that we brand ourselves. And whatever people are mentioning about Rotary and us, it's because we are not visible compared to what they are doing. I think with the leadership of our DG, we are getting there. I found when Dr. Liz had given her presentation in the morning, but I was with her in Zambia together with the DG, and I know she must have talked about stretch goals compared to the DG goals, which we had before we went to Zambia. Can I request new voices? to consider the stretch goals and improve on what targets we had given ourselves so that we are able to meet our targets. I know, according to this program, when Professor Masse contacted me to make sure that I'm here, he asked me, what unique thing do you want the new voices to do? And because I am in charge of extension of clubs, GET coordinator, I said I wish the new voices could give me at least 2 clubs which are purely new voices. I still want to challenge you, members who are here as new voices, at least among those to get at least. I'm told Professor could have stretched more to 5. Did you mention 5? The new voices? That would be great. The rest, I think the professor had talked about, thanked all the people, the hotel, our DG, support, and everybody. I may not want to go back into them. But also mention something that Dr. Elizabeth mentioned about having a Lions Leo Club. I can assure you it is in high gear under the leadership of Leo Wilson Byalhanga. So far, 22 members have registered and 6 more have shown interest. And I am sure we are setting up a date for orientation, which must be, I think, this month. I am waiting for his communication. Then we go and orientate them, and this club will be formed. Of course, as a GET, I cannot go without mentioning about the 15 on the stretch goals. Getting 15 clubs, it will be my points. And I think I would have made history as a GET if I get them. Why not? Please go ahead and support, and we have these clubs formed. With those few, not very many words, I want to declare this seminar and planning workshop closed, but opening up a new chapter of fellowship and swallowship. I thank you, and I wish you journey masses back to our homes. Thank you.
You're watching AYIT TV, empowering you. You're watching AYIT TV, empowering you.